Oops. Are we good to jump back in for those in person?
Sorry.
And we also need to promote Clayton as well. All right, we are ready.
Okay, for those that would like to do the Pledge of Allegiance, please go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to a regular meeting of the Silverton Board of Trustees. The time is 7:03 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Yes, here. Trustee Cranker.
Here.
Trustee. Here. Trustee Bierman. Here. George. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Martin.
Here with really terrible internet.
Mayor Furman.
Here.
Every member of the board of trustees is present.
Thank you. Do we have any staff or board revisions to this evening's agenda?
Staff has revisions and a request. The first is a request if we could have an in-person moderator from the board. Since both of our moderators are on screen right now, and it might be easier going into public comment. So I would ask the board to moderate.
I support that request.
Yeah, sure. I'll do it.
Great, thank you. And then the next one is we are also taking public comments tonight on the 2023 budget, and I wanted to say there's a variance column that is missing data, is not comparable to the 2022 estimates. So this does not change the number, it's just the variances that are off. And I'll have a new one posted probably by tomorrow at 5. And then as far as when we do open up public comment, I did want to just emphasize that if you have comment on specifically to the Gibson watershed application, please refrain from commenting until we reopen the public hearing, and you will be able to comment on the record at that time. And then if you have general comments about wetlands, please use the beginning opening public comment as for that.
Thank you. And then I also want to note that I have a conflict with tonight's meeting, so I'm going to be jumping in and out. I'm going to be leaving the meeting in just a moment. So Tyler will be moderating, and then I'll be back in around the trustee reports portion of the agenda.
Okay. Was that all of the revisions?
Yes.
Okay, we'll move on to public comment. We'll do in-person public comment first. Please come up to the podium and write your name down, and you'll have 3 minutes to make public comments. And as Gloria said, the first, if you have general comments about wetlands, now's the time, and more specific comments on the Gibson or the road, Robertson Road, we'll do later.
And then I'll be trying to do the board.
Thank you. Okay, don't see any in-person public comment. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Beth Kramer, and I'm here to support the development of Roberts Road and the Gibson property. First, let me say thank you to you all, as you all took time to discuss these projects with me. I found the conversations were met with openness and curiosity, and I believe the community recognizes how important your roles are and appreciate your efforts to understand more deeply these matters. In transparency, my husband and I own property on the hillside on which we hope to one day build our house upon. My comments come from being both a property owner and a community member, using some experience from my role in housing development. I support the road and development as I believe it allows Silverton to grow mindfully. The plans were not laid out haphazard, but through necessary evaluations of the land, infrastructure needs, soil analysis, and safety considerations. The proposed road is the best course for sewer development, provides another access to the hillside, and meets the town's regulations. I can also firmly state that in no way does supporting this development means myself or the others are wanting to destroy wetlands. One simply does not constitute the other. On the contrary, I advocate that the due diligence performed by the applicant shows their dedication to minimizing environmental impact and finding balance between what exists today and what could exist tomorrow. Our newly adopted master plan has outlined several strategies important to this community, and at times they are in conflict. Development and environmental preservation can be one such example. But it's important to acknowledge that at times one strategy may need to be prioritized over another. The development of the road allows others to use their land for people like myself to one day build a home, to allow families and workers and all kinds of persons the ability to come to Silverton. Housing is a major priority for our community and a trustee goal, but the problem won't be solved through government subsidized housing alone. The town needs to empower private individuals the ability to build roads and infrastructure to areas underdeveloped, especially since the town does not have the resources or ability to do so. Silverton needs affordable housing, but to be frank, Silverton needs all housing. The lack of total roofs in our community is pricing out what we once was entry or mid-level homes, as those that could afford them are now in competition for what used to be affordable housing. This is driving up our prices and financially pushing people out. The more obstacles that the town instills to development will result in only those of high wealth able to navigate the system, once again further pushing our community out. In conclusion, let me again show my support for the Roberts Road and the Gibson property. The plans were performed with due diligence and with taking the environmental impact into consideration. These are not people who are looking to destroy wetlands and upend the culture of Silverton, but rather people hopeful in the Silverton future that includes them and their families. I feel that some of the opposition to these projects are using the widowed areas as a cover for NISBism and anti-development, and I ask in your discussions and decisions to remain diligent to the facts at hand and understand the opportunity to create this mindful balance and develop a future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public? Oh, yeah.
Well, hello, good evening. My name's Ellen Roberts, and I'm the other half of Rick Roberts of the Roberts Road. But I'm really here tonight more as a mother, and don't tell my son Ben, I'm talking about him. He would be here. He is a past Silverton resident, hopes to be a future returning Silvertonian, but affordable housing is the big issue. And so I want to say a couple of things. I've been listening online. I want to thank you for your service. Having spent 10 years at the state legislature, I know what it's like, I guess, to work for a little pay, maybe a little thanks now and then, and a lot of hard work. So this certainly is one of those tough issues that I think as trustees, you have to grapple with. I'm thinking to your master plan that you recently completed. I look at that and I know how many hours and probably dot exercises and all those things, the brain damage that goes into that. But I think the value of that process is to help identify the community goals, objectives, and kind of a pathway for you to follow. It isn't an exact roadmap, but in the case of the wetlands, the Roberts Road, the Gibson property, but as Beth has just really, it touches my heart because once upon a time, that was Rick and me, except we were out in Grand County, living in Tabernach. At times we lived in Granby, at times we lived in Grand Lake. We always wanted to find a place that we could afford to stay, and we really couldn't. And we had the good fortune to come to Southwest Colorado. Our son loves Silverton. He loves winter in Silverton. And I'd love to see you have affordable housing. And I think part of that is you have to have access to it. And I think there's a way to do this that's environmentally responsible, it's sustainable, and I really hope you find that path, because I don't wish for any of us another I-70, a Telluride, or even Durango, which we have lived there for 33 years and loved Durango, but it's not Silverton. And you have the ability to really keep your historic character, the kind of community that you have. I love the way the master plan talked about, wasn't the word quirky, but it was something like that. Hang on to that, because I think that is what makes you special. So I just wanted to say in a general way here, we don't look to disrupt the Silvertonian atmosphere and character. We want to work with it. We want to help you preserve that. But we also want young people to have the opportunity to come here and work and live and in affordable housing. So with that, I'll say thank you and good luck with your decision making.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Hello, my name is Emily Thorne. I'm a resident of Silverton. I'm also an ecologist. I've been a practitioner of ecology for about 20 years now, and I specialize in wetlands. I would like to comment. First of all, I sent a comment to the Board of Trustees and to Town Manager, and I appreciate your time reading that comment. I would just like to follow up. I particularly appreciate Gloria's follow-up on that, and I'm very excited that Lucy will be attending a meeting with the environmental professionals on Wednesday to talk about conservation and restoration in general, not specific to the Robertson Gibson property, but just in general to support efforts that are ongoing and future efforts. I'd like to just offer some professional clarity on what a wetland is. I know that there's been a lot of commentary lately that the Shrine Hill is not really a wetland because it's not jurisdictional, it's not regulated by the state. I would like to emphasize that a wetland is a function. It is a type of ecosystem that's been deemed valuable by our society and as such is regulated. And in order to regulate, we must put parameters around what it is to determine where they exist. However, those parameters are not perfect. The Army Corps of Engineers regulates only a very small portion of wetlands in the state of Colorado and elsewhere. And the state of Colorado does not regulate any wetlands. It often falls on communities, on states, on tribes, on private landowners and entities to conserve wetlands. And my challenge with the town of Silverton, which is very clearly stated in our master plan, it's a value that has been identified by this community over ad nauseum again and again, that we value our natural environment. We value the conservation of open space. And it's a mandate in the master plan, which has been adopted by all of you, to take a step back, to evaluate where these valuable habitats exist, and to follow through with the town's commitment to preserving those. And it may not be the Shrine Hill that gets preserved, it may be other areas. But I just want to urge you to pump the brakes a little bit, to take a step back, to follow through with the Shrine Hill sub-area development plan before we start issuing permits at every request, and to identify valuable areas that provide habitat for wildlife, that provide ecosystem services, that was brought up by Jake in a previous meeting, that provide economic viability to our community by providing open space, green space, and also provide resiliency against wildfire and climate change, which is another value identified in our master plan. So I just want to encourage the town council, and I also want to emphasize that I appreciate your engagement with MSI and with Jake, and with initiating the AHEAD initiative. I look very much to participating in that as a stakeholder, as a knowledgeable member of our community, and to offering what I can to that process. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Captain Kramer, and I'm here to support the development of the Roberts Road and the Gibson property. I want to start by saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on these projects. I appreciate your time and willingness to listen. Now to the topic that everyone has heard over and over again. Homeownership in Silverton is hard. We all know that. I bet many people in this room have not been. After starting a business, my wife and I spent almost a year looking for a single family home to move into and turn the studio apartment that we're currently living into back into a much needed long-term rental. Every offer we made was met with a cash counter offer that we could not compete with. We felt the only attainable route to homeownership was to purchase a lot on the hillside and band together with our neighbors to put in the infrastructure needed to build. Like many other supporters of the Roberts and Gibson projects, I'm a supporter of responsible growth and doing it in a way that minimizes our environmental impact. I believe the Roberts Road project will do exactly that. I ask you to take into consideration the opportunity this brings to many people to have an attainable path to homeownership in Silverton and pass the Gibson and Roberts proposal as presented. Again, I appreciate this opportunity to speak for you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any more in-person comments? All right, we'll now move to online comment. Please state your name and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Frank, if you would unmute, you have the floor.
Where are the speakers on? There's no lights.
Do you see they can hear us?
If you, Frank, if you'd like to introduce yourself, you have the floor.
Okay, this is Dr. Frank Gutman. I live in Silverthorne, Colorado, and I'm an environmentalist, very much so. But my understanding is, as regards the Roberts Road project, that the Corps of Engineers has declared that that these wetlands are not under their jurisdiction, and they're really not wetlands. As you probably know, there's a clay base there that's probably 4 feet or more, and water doesn't seep through there. So the whole idea of wetlands concern from an environmental point of view is that the water seeps through and filters out toxic substances. That's not really wetlands up in the Willows. It's just water that's standing there because it doesn't drain. And if it doesn't drain, well, it doesn't function as a true wetlands. We have owned 6 lots up on the Willows for 40 years. And we have, going back just a few years, paid over $3,000 annually for real estate taxes, for which we have not gotten any return whatsoever. I think that those lots have been a cash cow for the community of Silverton, town of Silverton, and I think it would be unfair, after holding on to this property for 40 years, because we couldn't build our dream house there because there was absolutely no infrastructure, that it would be unfair and counterproductive for the town not to do everything possible to promote development of those lots. Thank you for hearing me, and I appreciate your giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Robert Road project.
Thank you.
And if we could have just a moment to fix a technical issue.
Oh, they're on.
Are we good? Okay.
And Sandra, if you could unmute, you have the floor.
Okay, oh, hello,
Yeah,
My name-
Sandra.
yes, thank you. In Kansas City, by the way. Thank you so much. My name is Sandra Campuzano, and I am a fourth generation Silvertonian. And for decades, our family has cared deeply about this community. I am here this evening again on behalf of my neighbors, the wetlands. I am not anti-development. I am for responsible development. However, destroying the wetlands is not responsible for the simple reason that once they are gone, that's forever. For the citizens of Silverton, for now and for future generations, I'm asking, please save the wetlands and all of the animals who are living there. It will require leadership to do the right thing. The town and board of trustees spent thousands of hours, 75 meetings, and countless hours crafting a master plan. This shows great promise to move Silverton forward, an opportunity like none other I can remember. Remember the words protect the environment and responsible development, which are direct quotes from the master plan. Do we mean what we say with the master plan or not? This is your choice. This is the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura, if you'll unmute, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Laura Valdez. I'm a property owner in the Meadows on Shrine Hill. I'm here to read an official letter from Miss Alita Powers to the Silverton trustees regarding the Gibsons and Roberts projects on the hillside and the hillside willow thickets. Ms. Powers is a president of ERO Resources, a Colorado environmental consulting company, and was unable to be here tonight. The points that will be made in this memo may sound redundant, but I'd still like to read this since it's a professional analysis of what we've all been talking about. This letter has been delivered to the town of trustees via email and printed copy at the meeting tonight. Because of time constraints, I will not be reading the entire letter. Alita's credentials are as follows. She's worked for ERO Resources for 28 years, conducting wetland delineations, core permitting, and environmental assessments for a variety of federal agencies. She oversees 75 scientists and support staff and manages the Western Slope office in Hotchkiss. Ms. Powers holds a Master of Science degree in Environmental Sciences with the emphasis in hydrology from the University of Colorado, Denver. The following is the body of the letter from Ms. Powers. ERO is providing this technical memorandum to relay the results of data review for a road extension and home building project in Silverton. ERO has been provided with documentation from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers with jurisdictional determinations, soil studies, and site plans for the proposed projects. The determination by the Corps that the wetlands are non-jurisdictional requires a detailed assessment of the physical, chemical, and biological connectivity to any downstream waterways. It appears from a view that the Corps has completed a thorough review and determined that the areas of proposed projects are uplands and isolated areas with no potential for down gradient impacts. The analysis of the documents by the Corps, as well as a review of existing available digital data, finds no gaps or shortcuts in their analysis. Roadway plans also appear to have accommodated runoffs with the area, grading, and culvert installation, preventing disruption of the current hydrology. I concur with the Corps' determination that impacts in the project area, including implementation of the activities proposed, will not have a meaningful or measurable impact on down gradient vegetation communities or habitat. I understand the impacts to the Willow community are of concern, specifically a concern that impacts in this small area could have indirect effects on the entire Willow patch or other vegetation communities. Based on photos, it appears that the dominant plain leaf willow is the common shrub, which is all around Silverton. Willows are resilient, tolerant of disturbance, and easily reproduced by creating willow stakes from branches. Because of these willow qualities, the Corps determination that the project area has no jurisdictional waters and the minor nature of the proposed impact is unlikely to impact the small willow thicket will not impact the entire community. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. All right, whoever's on the Silverton Library account, if you would introduce yourself and unmute, you have the floor.
Yes, this is Jackie Kerwin, and it's not really the Silverton Library account. I apologize for that. So my name is Jackie Kerwin. I have been a Silverton full-time resident since 1978, and I would like to comment on the agenda item concerning the wetlands. I'm going to ask for our elected officials and for our town representatives to please protect our wetlands, our wildlife, and our environment, and the integrity of our unique, beautiful community. And there's one other item that I want to address that I hadn't thought about, but with all the talk about the affordable housing, I have lived here long enough to know that when someone uses, not everyone, but a lot of people who use the term affordable housing, it's just basically a way to get someone's attention. But so far, there's only been a couple of times that affordable housing has been addressed. So to me, when I hear that word, I automatically have doubt and mistrust. But I do respect the town board, and I know you will make the decision that you feel is right. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Right. It doesn't appear that we have any more online comment. If there's no other comments right now, we will move to agenda item 3, presentations and proclamations.
We have none.
Perfect. All right, agenda item 4, new business. Special events application for the Silverton Ultra Dirty Trail Race on August 3rd through 6th, 2022.
I'm promoting Megan Finnessy to panelist. She is the applicant who's looking to host her Ultra Dirty Marathon based out of Kendall Mountain Community Center. Typically, they are scheduled to use the upper parking lots of Mullis Lake for the start line due to issues with crossing the train track. I will let Megan speak on that further. I do have some comments from Sheriff Conrad. He was unable to make it due to his work schedule and asked me to pass these along. As the medical, or I'm sorry, the EMS director. If Tyler George is happy with the medical plan, Sheriff Conrad is as well. He would like the insurance to be clearly defined regarding the certificate of liability. He would request information on the mandatory safety gear that veterans are required to carry. And when it comes to crossing Highway 550 at any point, it will require flaggers to stop the runners, not the vehicles. And he does not see that differentiated within the operations plan. He would also like, if this event is approved, to see a liquor license plan to include manpower and a diagram of the premises at Kendall, as this has been one of the issues with this event in the past, and as well as update the office phone number for the sheriff's department. And I do have Megan Fennessy here to present her. Megan?
Hello. It's been a little bit difficult to hear what you said. I'm sorry, what did you ask a question? I'm sorry.
Oh, if you would like to present what your event is, when it should be, and what changes you've made this year.
Has all the board members seen the operations plan or no?
Yes, it was in our packet.
Okay. So the event is proposed to be held on August 4th through 6th. And would like to continue doing this event. It's been held for 5 years. In 2021, we added a 100-mile race to go along with the 100K and the 60K. In the past, the 100K and the 60K started in Silverton and finished in Silverton. We were granted permission by the railroad to run down the railroad tracks to the Colorado Trail. And this year we are not given that permission. And so I propose that the 100K and the 60K start up in the dirt parking lot that is used by the snowmobile company in the winter, that would access the Colorado Trail. And the runners would be directed to run down the Colorado Trail to the bridge at the Animas River and then turn around and run back to the paved parking lot where we have held the first aid station in all previous years. So that's the only, the other change would be moving the event to Kendall Mountain. The previous locations that we've had the race as the headquarters has been problems with the crowds and the number of cars and whatnot. And so I think that that issue can be resolved by holding the event at Kendall Mountain. I do not have a problem with Sheriff Conrad's requests. So I'm not sure if I'm leaving out some important information. Do you guys have questions?
I would like to point out that the Ultra Dirty and Megan Fennessy are going to be contributing donations to the Silverton Clinic. Between Megan and I, we've spoken extensively about this. She is hoping to raise up to $10,000 for the clinic itself. She's put out the notice on the website as well as all promotional materials that they will be the beneficiary of those donations, and
Wow, that's excellent.
let that be known.
I don't know. When I was talking to Nathan about this, I don't know if 10,000 is a far fetch. This race has been a fundraiser since its inception. The first year, we only had 21 runners and we raised, I think $8,000 for Big Brothers Big Sisters in Southwest Colorado. Or maybe it was 10, maybe it was 10,000. And then the second year we raised around, I think 8,000 the second year for them. Last year we raised money for an organization out of that, I don't know if it's not out of Nepal, but it's an organization that builds schools for women, for girls in Nepal to help prevent human trafficking. So yeah, the race has always been a fundraiser for one thing or another. This year we've chosen the Silverton Clinic, and and last year we did raise $8,000 for the Colorado Trail Foundation. The race has led organized trail work days in the area. We've done a lot of work on the Rico Silverton Trail. And so my plan for the raising money this year would be, I've already added an option for runners to make a donation upon registration. The race will make donations from the proceeds of the race. And then we will probably most likely be instituting a beer garden at the event and apply for the liquor license. And then the proceeds from the beer, which we would hope to be donated to the event, would go towards Silverton Clinic as well.
I had one question for Nathan, you and Megan. Is there talk of camping at Kendall, and will that require staff time, or that will be managed by race volunteers?
I'll let you answer that one, Megan.
I think that's a little out of what I know is an option. In this process, I was under the impression that camping was fine. That was one of the reasons we were moved there. And I don't think, maybe I was told there has to be supervision with this camping.
How do we typically manage that with events that are not town sponsored?
Organizers typically do maintain the camps that are set up. They set up in the South Field and behind Kendall Mountain Community Center as well. Everything from the lift shack to the left, when you look at the Burn Community Center, is still open to the public at that time. Any camping decisions will be finalized when the rest of the information is due in July of 2023. Because we are changing locations and because we do need to get the word out with marketing, if this event is approved, we are allowing the possibility for conditional approval, having medical, safety, and finer details closer to the event.
Yeah, just making sure the event organizers are not expecting staff to run camping.
Well, I have the same question, Megan. I'd like to see that, like, a lot of camper vans I know come to town for these sorts of things, and it'd be great to put them in, let's organize it versus kind of all over town.
I mean,
Sorry, go ahead.
I guess it's hard to hear, Nathan. Not sure what the expectation is with camping and what we would be allowed. Yes, there were a handful of people who wanted to camp in sleep in their vehicles, their vans or trucks at the visitor center when we had the visitor center as our start finish area. And I wasn't aware until the night before the race that was not allowed. And so I definitely would want to get clear on what was allowed and how it needs to be managed. And in my operations plan, I do have a little, line there that says cars allowed, camping allowed, like numbers. Those I left blank because I'm not sure what's allowed. So I definitely would want to know what's allowed so that I'm not I'm not doing something that's against the rules and upsetting anybody.
And I think we can conditionally approve this without adding that in right now. I mean, everything, the rest of the packet and the rest of the application, I thought looked great. So since there are several other points that we're going to clear up closer to the race, that can be one of them, I think. So right now, we're just looking for conditional approval based on the plan we have in front of us. Jim?
I had a quick question about the course map that was in the presentation packet. The course map looks like it's from last year. Some of the information looks like it's from last year as well. Has that information been updated, or was that just not available to submit yet?
I was under the impression that I went through the entire operations plan and updated it for this 2023. What questions are you concerned about as far as not looking like it's fit for the 2023 race?
My comment was about the course map.
Okay.
Looks like it's last year's map.
Okay. I did indicate in part of the operations plan that when I created this operations plan, I wasn't 100% sure that are you referring to going down the railroad tracks? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm referring to the course map. Correct.
The course map is the same, except for if we start at the top of Mullis Pass, which I did add an additional map to that operations plan.
Thank you.
Sally or Shane?
So.
I think you guys are covering it. Thanks. I'm good.
Any other, Jordan?
No, I've participated in this event before and it was a lot of fun, and I'm happy I can make a motion to conditionally approve the notice to conduct a special event or civic function within incorporated town limits for the Silverton Ultra Dirty application, pending final safety and medical plans, and the other things we mentioned that need to be taken care of due in July 2023.
I'll second.
Excellent. Roll call, please.
Trustee Davis.
Yes.
Trustee Grinker.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Bierman.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Mayor Furman, I think he's stepped out.
He won't be joining us till after the consent agenda.
All right.
Oh, okay.
The motion passes 6 days to 1 absent.
Thanks, Megan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time and thanks for reviewing.
All right, now on to new business for B. Resolution 2022-25, a resolution of the town of Silverton authorizing a municipal lease purchase agreement with Bank of the San Juans for the lease and purchase of one Kubota L6060 four-wheel drive HST tractor with cab for the town of Silverton.
Don't have any questions. It's this one's pretty straightforward. We're due for a new tractor, do some maintenance, and these things are really useful. We've gotten a lot of use out of the one that we purchased in 2013, but we still got a great trade-in value on it. I definitely would recommend moving forward with this. If you all have any questions, I'll take them.
And just so the trustees heard, I had asked John if it would be worth keeping the one we have right now to have two, but it sounds like the value of the trade-in is so good. And if we'd had two, we'd buy two new ones. So
yeah, down the road, I think that's a great suggestion to think about having two in the future. It's good for redundancy. You know, if we can't plow our sidewalks, it's not that good. But on the other hand, as much as these things cost, I think that we'd probably look to spend money out of the general fund in other places until we really see that as a need. I don't think we're quite there yet. Be nice, but it's a lot of money.
When will we get this machine?
They said that as soon as the paperwork's approved, they could have it to us within a week. Everything is in Bayfield right now, sitting on the lot, implements, tractor. All they need is this lease to be approved and should have it within the next week or two.
This is something we had budgeted for,
What's that?
but we had budgeted for this.
No, we hadn't.
Oh, okay. I knew.
But what we have budgeted for is these payments that we've been making on the old Kubota tractor. So those were like 11,000, and we had been making those payments since we
For a
bought
long
it.
time.
Yeah, for a long time. This one would be significantly less time. So we're thinking of a 5-year lease. And I think the price is about 13,000 per year. Because we're utilizing that trade-in value.
Mhm.
Instead of 11 or whatever, forget exactly. It's in close alignment with previous budgets.
Yeah.
Last.
Well, and I'm sorry, I was just reading that they are accounted for in the 2023 budget because of that.
Yes, they are accounted
Yeah.
for in the.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, and the payments wouldn't start until 2023. Sorry, I thought this, but
No, thanks.
Are there any other accessories that, I mean, I see the front blade, the rotary blade, the snow blower. That's kind of what we need.
Yes. It's 1 for 1. With the exception of a bucket. We didn't get a front loader bucket because it's been sitting on the ground for 3 years. So it's another $5,000 we didn't need to spend. We didn't feel we needed.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt resolution 2022-25, resolution for the town of Silverton authorizing municipal lease purchase agreement with Bank of San Juan for the lease and purchase of a Kubota L6060 four-wheel drive HST tractor with cab for the town of Silverton.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Davis. Yes. Trustee Krieger.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Bierma.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Motion passes 6 yeses, 1 absent.
Okay, now new business for marijuana retail license application for Kind Castle LLC.
great. And that,
And applicant John Dyer is here to answer any questions you have for hearing.
Doing tonight? Appreciate the time. So I'm here with Kind Silverton, doing business as the Kind Castle. It's proposed at 1028 Green Street, BP zoning. It was approved about 2 years ago. It was pending a couple things that needed to be adjusted. Looks like lighting. Let's see here. So it looks like it was approved right as the pandemic was hitting about 2.5 years ago. We did submit a couple things. We submitted a sign plan about 5 months ago. Signage, lighting, and design were the main components that was kind of keeping this lingering. As the pandemic was hitting, we were sort of looking at redesigning stores of how customer flow would be. Signage that kind of was frozen at the time with Platinum Signs is who we actually work with. And so Kind Castle was actually approved, looks like in March of 2020, pending those items. We actually were discussing, in hindsight, ridiculous things, a castle structure and things like that. And frankly, in my defense, I had a lot going on at the time, and even more honest, I put that together the same day or the day before the hearing, and so it just wasn't well thought through at all, and I didn't really have a proper touch on the character of Silverton, so it was almost embarrassing that we were even talking about building a castle structure in front of that property. I'm just being honest with you guys, and so I could fluff and feed you a bunch of fluff, but I don't like to do that. So that's really been completely scrapped. There is no medieval, looking castle being proposed in front of the property. It's pretty cut and dry. We want to keep the character of the property. I've stared at every building in Silverton before I went back in front of you, just to make sure that we really have a good feel on what we want to do and that it fits in. And so we did ultimately feel that it looks good the way it does. Didn't necessarily take us 2 years to come to that conclusion, but there was a pandemic sort of sprinkled in the middle of that, to our defense. And so that did freeze us for a year. So lighting has been kept to a pretty minimal, level. Dark sky compliance, very sensitive to that. We want to make sure that we're not interfering with any kind of light pollution. You can see we've kept it real minimal, just 2 lights at the walkway, downcast, mushroom style pathway lights, 2 of those. One right, it's a door light. We're not looking for any light pollution coming off the doorway. So just so customers can see the walkway and the entryway. And we're not doing anything else to the entryway itself. We're keeping it existing. And then there is a spotlight, motion detection spotlight proposed in the rear of the building. That should never come on unless someone that shouldn't be there, that's not supposed to be there, is there. It's only active after hours. So that's the only purpose of that one. Signage is included in the packet. There is a couple versions in there. I'm more partial to the wood look. I just feel that it fits in more with Silverton. Although back in June, Platinum Sign Company did submit the color version here that's sort of got a gray background. And so I would be going in the wood direction personally, but we did get a conditional approval essentially on that signage from the building inspector. He had confirmed in an email that said that it did meet the sign code itself. We didn't get a permit issued yet on it because I think he wanted to tackle the project holistically with everything involved. And so you can see a picture in there as well that just, shows a little rendering of a light above the door and the 2 pathway lights. We just again thought that the spotlight in the back would be good for security purposes. Floor plan wasn't required to be updated at all. But 2 years, you can get an idea or 2, or you work with a security company or 2. And so we moved some cameras around. We shaved a couple cameras off that just didn't seem to be necessary. Just a couple minimal things really with the floor plan. Nothing was required. We decided to block off the back door that goes into this not so attractive looking structure. Let's just say. And so that was the bulk of it here. I did summarize this in here, basically saying that we would be proposing no castle style signs or entryways whatsoever. And so we just hope that, it fits in with the design standards of the town, and certainly up for any modifications that you would propose. But I think other than that, we have addressed everything. There was no opposition. There was no negative neighborhood impacts that were determined. And those were the final pending items. And so I apologize. It's gone on this long, 2 years. Normally this never happens. And so it's sort of a rare situation that this even occurred this way. And so would ask that you approve those, proposals, those final little tweaks here, and up for any, happy to answer any questions or take any feedback on it.
Yeah, and the conditions are in your packet on page 69, but I don't know if you guys had a chance to.
We were approved. Sorry to interrupt. We were approved by the state too.
Yeah, okay.
That location.
Yeah, that's condition number 6 is that, you guys will be in compliance with all local and state regulations.
Right. Yeah.
So with this being approved a few years ago, we're actually not approving the project. We're approving the project with the change, with the new adjustments to.
We're just approving what's here with the conditions.
With the conditions.
I had a couple questions. Did we answer the question on the town licensee? I think that was a question with the town attorney and with the,
Oh, yeah.
oh, yeah.
And you know, where that came from was, I think the application said, licensee on it. And I think that we were wondering, is John Diet the licensee or is Kine Silverton the licensee? You could even go one step further and Kine Castle, Colorado LLC owns Kine Silverton. So that was sort of the 2-second debate of who is the actual applicant, from my recollection, but, whoever you want to name as the applicant or the licensee, I'm fine with. I'm all three, or we're all three. And so that was what that was about. But yeah.
Clayton, did you have any comment on this in regards to this application? I know it was, previous attorney before, but just how typical marijuana licenses are processed.
Yeah, I apologize. I was not privy to any of this before the meeting. And so I would have to take a minute to look at it. Typically, the applicant is the licensee, but I haven't been able to look at that application, or I wouldn't be able to intelligently answer that question at the moment.
Yeah. The other question I had was on the signage. I think, it sounds like you've definitely realized the nature of our community. So I appreciate you
I've digested it a little bit.
seeing that a castle on Main Street was not really fitting with.
Very inappropriate. Very inappropriate. I agree.
One comment I wanted to make about the code we have about signage for marijuana products is that the code states it shouldn't say cannabis or marijuana on the sign. So just that might be different from the signage permit that we're talking about. So.
Okay. Scratch that off.
It's in there.
Okay.
Reasons to be determined of why it's in the code. So it says cannabis or marijuana. So castle.
Right. Okay. We'll remove that. Yeah.
And then I think there were questions on requirements for fingerprints being on file with the sheriff's department.
I believe those were done. I've done them everywhere. I've done quite a few of these, and it's been a couple years too. So typically they are done every 2 years. And so I would, even if they weren't, I believe they were, but in my recollection, but we'll swing by the old sheriff's office there and do another round. I think it's about due anyway. So.
And then it isn't a bit, there are a few more residences around there. I mean, I know it's on Main Street, it's commercial area, it's BP zoned. But how would you handle complaints? If there are complaints of odor, that kind of thing. I know in your plan, you specified that, but how would complaints be handled if, again, because it's a little bit more residential towards that side of town, how would that work?
Well, as far as the nuisances, noise, lighting, and odor come to mind as the primary ones. I think lighting, we've gotten some time to, make sure that we're not doing anything crazy on lighting. And noise won't be an issue. That's just flat out won't be an issue. Definitely odor. So with odor itself, we go a little bit overboard on the odor. We're proposing a little bit more. It's about 4,000 square foot cleansing capacity on its activated carbon filtration system. I think it's a T600 unit or something is the model. And it just cleanses the hell out of the air essentially. And so we go a little bit above and beyond. It's, I think, 920 square foot building itself. It's a little overkill on odor. But I do that in all the stores to make sure that it's just never an issue. And it's only a couple grand more and it gives me peace forever. It's usually one of the only things that could ruin one of my licenses. And so, but it does come back to me. The person underneath me, Austin Stoner, no pun intended, that he got the best last name. Let me tell you, this guy could be a celebrity with that last name in this industry. And so, so we both have our full heart in it. And, we take these things seriously. I've walked around, I've talked to people, I've done it in other cities before where people said, well, it is dark back here in this alley. Could you put a light here? And that's just what the neighbor asked. And we do it. And so it's just me and this is all I do with my life. And so, and I don't have complaints often for anything. And so I take it seriously myself. So I would get involved myself and make sure that it was addressed. To the point where I would probably even talk to the person that made the complaint, not even just delegate it to a manager or something. So we take it very seriously. Yeah.
Right, thanks.
Yeah.
And then waste disposal, I know you had plans in there, you know, we're a small little town that has, you know, a transfer station, right? We take all our trash down to a transfer station, and I know it talked about a locked dumpster, so I know there are other retail facilities here that handle it, so just making sure you're kind of aware of our trash disposal
Right.
situation here in town.
That's a good question. Yeah. And we think that, you know, most of the product that's coming in is packaged, it's manicured, we have very minimal waste. And so I think that that really wouldn't be an issue with as far as storing that if we need to for a period of time. We've got plenty of room, you know, but definitely a great point with the waste management though. And we could always have it collected and ran to another one of our locations too. So, but very good question. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Sally, do you have anything to?
Yeah, thanks, Tyler. No, I think Dana asked some of my questions. I was just kind of thinking about how that spot has changed a little bit in the last couple of years, and had the similar question about just, I agree, it's, you know, the right zoning. It's not a residential zone, but working with neighbors and making sure that that spot just stays a happy little spot for all the neighbors that are working together over there.
Right. Yeah.
Jordan.
And I will say that I was just going to add that we are, you know, pretty mindful ourselves and, you know, not doing things that are half-brained and whatever, you know, even the signage, you know, my immediate thought was there's a home on this side, there's raw land on this side, signage goes there. And for whatever that's worth, but you know, that's a sort of a natural instinct for us is to be thoughtful, with the exception of that castle that we proposed. And that was not very thoughtful, frankly, in hindsight, but normally we're pretty good at it. So we'll say.
Good. And you're happy with all the conditions?
We are. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the building inspector did give us a little punch list. So we did have him come out, view the property, and we'll be on top of that. And so.
Great.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
Sure. I can make a motion to approve the application submitted by Kind Castle LLC for a retail marijuana business license to operate at 1028 Green Street in the town of Silverton, Colorado.
Can we add with the
listed conditions?
Perfect.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Davis.
Yes.
Trustee Cranker.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Vierma.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Motion passes 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We have 3 pot shops in this little.
All right. So we're on to our 5th item, approval of consent agenda.
I do have one comment on the consent agenda. You will find the visitor center contract is similar to previous contracts, but this will be adjusted when Columbine Park Information Center is complete in July 2023. If approved, I would ask the motion to approve the consent agenda include the edit to the visitor center contract stating that the Chamber of Commerce Director will be responsible for checking the CAIC website rather than the Parks, Facilities and Recreation Director.
And that's been confirmed with.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Talked to Deanne earlier.
I had one question on the dog sled license, like it was previous licenses, but we're just renewing those same licenses, right? Yeah.
Now, this is also this last year that contract can be extended, and then next year they're going to have to submit a contract for the Durango Dog Ranch molar contract.
Hey, I make a motion?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the changes mentioned by the administrator.
Second.
Trustee Davis,
Yes.
trustee Krieger,
Yes.
trustee Harper,
Yes.
trustee Bureau,
Yes.
trustee George,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney,
Yes.
and Mayor Furman.
Yes.
Consent agenda passes unanimously.
Hey, Gloria, one little note about the CAIC, just because I used to know a little bit about them. They are now forecasting in the afternoon for the following days. And so you can look, so they'll be able to know the day before if they're looking at, there's some sort of warning or something.
Awesome. I will pass that on to Deanne.
Cool. All right. So the next item are staff reports.
And I would like to introduce our remote planning department in person.
Yeah.
So TJ Dublek is the president of Community Planning Solutions. Strategies.
Yes.
Yes. And then you've all seen Katie on the screen quite a bit. So I just wanted to introduce them in person. They're doing a site visit for us. And then also want to wish Matt a happy birthday today. It is his birthday right now. We're so fun. And then there was a consideration in this, one of the staff reports that said a senior center MOU. This will be presented at the next meeting. We weren't quite finished with it yet. And then I just want to give a shout out to our Facilities, Parks and Recreation Department. They are fully staffed and this has really paid off. They've been kind of knocking out projects left and right. And I don't know if you guys have seen the Christmas tree, but it's pretty awesome.
Good one.
So that was also John's department, but they did the decorating, which took quite a long time. That's all I have for staff reports, unless you all have questions.
Any questions? Okay. Moving on to trustee reports.
I will go.
I just wanted to say that.
Go ahead, Sally.
Sorry, Dana, I keep doing this to you. I just wanted to say this is my last Zoom meeting for a little while and I'll be home on the 4th, but 5th back in town.
All right. Any other?
Sorry, I was going to make a quick comment. I'll keep it short and sweet, but as we're moving into budgeting season or budgeting finalization for the 12th, I have been getting lots of comments from folks that would love to make an appeal for a year-round covered pavilion for skating, for concerts, for skate park equipment. People keep coming up to me to talk about this. And so I just wanted to put it out there into the ether. I know we're taking public comment. We have a lot of folks commenting on much bigger issues, but as we're thinking about the budget and how we're spending surplus, it just seems like if we can put more money into planning for actual assets for locals at Kendall or elsewhere, that could be really beneficial. I know we have some larger questions to answer at Kendall, but just putting that appeal out there because I've been hearing a lot of that in my world. And I think it could be an asset that could really benefit a wide swath of the community and really benefit locals. It could be a quick win. So I'm going to keep bringing it up.
Great.
Because I keep hearing about it.
Jim or Shane or Sally, do any of you have trustee reports? Jordan or Jeff?
Yep.
All right. Next, we have continued business. 8A, discussion of Roberts Development Deviation Review.
And this agenda topic was requested by the trustees at our previous meeting as we reviewed the Gibson project. I would ask that we keep the discussions as segmented as possible, keeping out the Roberts development over here and then the Gibson over here. So I know that John has written you all a memo on that as requested, and we are here to ask any questions on that memo.
Oh, and Roberts did give me these to pass out to you.
And is this, are we entering a public hearing?
No,
For
this
each
is
one?
for
No, just
not a
for-
public hearing.
Just for the Roberts Road, it's not, correct, thank you.
This is reviewing a past.
For this agenda item, we're requesting two motions. I can give you a quick little background. The trustees requested some additional information, specifically why in September, when this was brought to you before, wetlands were not mentioned. And the reason is because this is kind of a new thing for us. And I was leading this through the process, and the Army Corps historically has been the final arbiter on what a watershed is and is not, in my mind, in my eye anyway. Now we know a lot more about watershed and wetlands than we did a couple of 3 months ago. But through this process, to respond to your request from the last meeting, staff and the town attorney in particular realized that we did not follow process, and that the watershed permit should have been included in the application in September. It was not. Tonight, you have before you a completed watershed application approved by staff per town code. And per council, you are advised to rescind the original approval from September 26th, and then make another motion to approve or deny the complete application, now that you have a complete application in front of us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, so since the process for the initial development application was insufficient, we need to make a motion to rescind that development plan. And then after reviewing the new stuff, the new watershed addition to that application, make a motion to approve or deny. Okay, so I guess, Gloria, process-wise, should we just go ahead and rescind the first one and then have discussion on the second one, or or Shane?
Yeah, I mean, it's still to our discretion whether or not we want to rescind or not. It's not mandated. So if we feel that this information that we received from the town, that the application was incomplete when we reviewed it before, makes us feel like we should rescind, and because that's staff direction, there's certainly a momentum in terms of making that motion, then we can do that, but we don't have to. But I support the motion to rescind, and then for us to pursue discussion around whether to approve or deny the now complete application.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to rescind the motion approving the Roberts Development Deviation application on September 26th. That such application was missing the necessary watershed permit application as required by Silverton Municipal Code, Chapter 13, Article 2.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Davis.
Yes.
Trustee Cranker.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Bierman.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
Yes.
Motion to rescind passes unanimously.
Now that you guys have the complete packet, does anybody have any? Has anybody's mind been changed, or is there some other discussion you'd like to have based on this?
This has been super challenging. I think that the road threw me for a loop in particular, kind of learning last meeting what we approved without knowing. And this new feeling of having to be a wetlands expert doesn't feel right with how we're setting ourselves up. I'm pro-development on the Shrine. I think it's a great place. I'm pro-housing, all housing. But to me, that idea of like, how do we get to where we are right now? And why does this feel so uncomfortable? Has made me really think about our process. And I appreciate the work the applicant has put into all of this. And I think they've dotted all their I's and crossed all their T's and done everything that they were supposed to do and we've asked them to do. I just worry that maybe we're not asking enough, or that we are overwhelmed and so we're missing things. I went back and watched the September 24th meeting, or 20, whatever it was. 26, super exciting. We talked about the road being moved for snow removal and parking. We didn't talk anything about this being the gateway to the Shrine, this being like destroying lots of wetlands or whatever they may be. And it's made me super, super uncomfortable.
Shane?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that as well. We've been in similar situations before where it didn't feel like the board had consensus, or maybe we didn't have all the information we needed to make a reasoned decision. In this case, I think that we're sort of being pulled off track by red herring. I don't know that we need to feel the amount of discomfort that we're feeling. I think it's our job to rely on the information that's given to us by staff 99% of the time. And, staff supported this application. I think that we have a plat map and that shows where access points are to different undeveloped parts of town that were thoughtful and planned. And I think that all development has a negative, or almost all development has a potential or real negative impact on the environment to some extent. And that this feels very, the people who have advocated for protecting the environment in this instance are saying all very true and accurate things. But we're hearing one side of the argument loudly right now, and that there is another side to it in terms of finding the compromise and the right amount of development and the right way of developing Silverton. And I feel like the advocates on that side haven't been as loud because we have momentum in that direction already. So it's a bunch of people that are saying whoa, let's pump the brakes. Let's be more thoughtful. This feels very similar to the Kendall conversations we had, where we ended up pausing Kendall development because there just wasn't community or board consensus. In this case, I don't think the same thing applies. I think the amount of consequence of developing Kendall is, I think, more significant than the amount of consequence of approving this road and the potential negative impact on the environment by approving this road. And I think we do need to access Shrine Road or Shrine Hill. We do need to enable housing on Shrine Hill. And this is the way that has been teed up for us to be able to do that. And so I felt like this was super straightforward. When we have these discussions, I end up getting bogged down with all of the different viewpoints, and it feels overwhelming, confusing. But then when I come back to what the basic framing of this idea is, I always come back to this should just be a pretty easy approval discussion from my perspective. Obviously, it's more complex than that, but every time I'm outside the meeting, it seems very straightforward.
And I guess I would disagree a little bit with you with the idea of only hearing the one side. I feel like I'm hearing plenty of pro scientists and plenty of anti-scientists. And so that makes me just makes me confused.
Jim or Sally, do you have?
Yeah, I'll jump on really quick. Thank you. This has been a difficult one from start to finish. I think I mentioned that we're in a good old-fashioned pickle. We want additional housing. We need additional housing. And at the same time, we want to preserve and protect our environment and the beauty that surrounds us, which brings us all to town. Taking a step back and looking at this from not just this angle, but rotating the cube, looking at it from another direction, I think taking a moment, taking a breath, looking at this and saying, is there a different way? Is there a better way where we can accommodate everybody in their wants and their desires and the availability to have their house on the hillside and a road leading up to it and still be able to preserve the willows and the wetlands, so to speak. There is a way to do this through the process and through compromise. We need to be able to take that moment, to take that deep breath and say, hey, let's look at this from another perspective. Let's not just run this through, and we can do a better job as a community and as trustees. That's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Thanks. Sally or Jordan?
I'll let Sally go first if she's got something, otherwise I'll jump in.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Sure. Yeah, I'm in favor of denying this application and placing a moratorium on developing in our wetlands and watercourse areas specifically for this project as like a, kind of bigger, broader expanding on this. I think as we kind of move in developing in the currently undeveloped areas, we need to really plan with intention, and I don't feel like we have that right now. I think that's a little more applicable to all these moving forward. Feels like we're being very reactionary with our responses right now rather than being prefigurative in our thinking. It's thinking about the Shrine Hill in general in that area gets a lot of use of record usage and benefit for our community, and we don't have any plan that addresses that. I think also a lot of comments were made about the Compass Project master plan. And I really view that as a starting line of community empowerment rather than a finish line of getting to the master plan. We kind of went out and empowered the community and then creating all these ideas and plans, and then it kind of stopped there. that kind of goes to the further point of, I don't think we have good processes and structures in our town council, which I brought up before, of like ways in which we can empower the community to actually have power and decision-making in our development. Like I have way more power than any of you guys sitting over there. And that's, you know.
You get it from us. Where it comes from.
You know, I shouldn't be comfortable with the power that I have up here. And I think we should really just take our time with this and come up with a good plan in which we're gonna have intention in our zoning. And really think how we can best utilize these areas, especially areas that haven't been developed yet. You know, I think a lot of previous rezoning that we've done in the last 6 months, 2 years, all been in developed areas, and it's more of an obligation rather than something we can plan for with intention. And I see a big difference in kind of these developments coming through rather than rezoning like currently developed areas to match what their usage is now. I think that's all I have for the moment.
Sally or?
I just want to, I take issue with one thing specifically that Jordan said. I think there's a lot of really valid points in what Jordan brought up, but I think something I heard in the last meeting that Jordan brought up also is this idea that we have these community benefits of undeveloped land that he has a goal to maintain. And I think that I think that we need to recognize that all or most of this property is private property. And the idea that we recreate on private property right now is a great privilege that we benefited from for a while, but it shouldn't be something that we assume we can continue. Like it's great that these private property owners have allowed this so far, that the people who own property on Shrine haven't put up fences or signs that say no trespassing. I think about the cul-de-sac at, the switchback on Shrine Road where we access S-Rock, and somebody put up the no trespassing sign, and that's disappointing, but that's their right. And I don't think we as a town council should be limiting development applications or rezoning applications because we want to recreate on private property. I don't think that's a valid thing for us to do. Everything else Jordan said, is I agree as a valid perspective and worth conversation, but I think that one view is inappropriate for the board to take. And I just want to say that publicly.
Okay, I'll take a turn. Yeah, I say, like Jim, this has been on my mind a lot. We've had to consider a lot of input. This has been hundreds of pages of reading and analysis and review. I also went back and rewatched our meeting on the original road approval. And I think back then it was a really simple approval to me. We saw staff recommendation and high quality engineered plans. And so I sort of see this actually as an example of our town's process working really well. Like this project went through all of the steps that it needed to. It dotted all the I's, it crossed all the T's. The applicant did what they needed to do. And it came before us and we did our jobs in our role as trustees, which was to see how it fit within the code and to hear what the staff recommends and then to make a decision from there. And so I think looking at it from that perspective, it didn't seem like that hard of a decision, that this is a process that was working like it is designed to right now. And whether we think that that process is ideal, I think is a good one that's a good question for us to discuss, because I think it's important for us to look at our goals as trustees and to look at how they align with the master plan and to be able to move forward and know whether our town codes and ordinances and zoning and all of it are what they need to be. But to me, I think, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on the party, it's not really for me to decide whether that's good or bad. I think this isn't a judgment decision. I think with what we have in front of us, this is an applicant that followed the procedure and applied for the, came to us with their I's dotted and their T's crossed, and we approved it. And so I'm feeling the tension here that not letting this project, stopping the road at this juncture gives us some time to rethink or plan, better what we want to see happen on the Shrine Hill. And I think planning what we want to see on the Shrine Hill is a good idea. Like, I'm very opposed to huge McMansion dream houses that are occupied for 1 week a year show up on Shrine Hill. I think that's a terrible addition to our community. I think, however, it's also not my property to really decide up there, but I think that our zoning and our codes should reflect the values that we have expressed for our town. And so going forward, I think that's something that we need to take a careful look at. It just seems like a little, I'm struggling with the fact that the applicant has been approved. I mean, they did what they needed to do. And unfortunately, or not, our town is not there with implementing some of what we're seeing people ask for right now. So those are my thoughts right now at this stage on the road.
I would just point out that they're no longer approved due to the misstep in the process. Currently, there's no approval.
Yeah, sorry. Correct. I hear you, Tyler.
Dana, do you want to?
Sure. As everybody has said, this has been quite a topic of conversation, I think, for our community, for thinking about where we go. It's a point where our master plan kind of works with our current processes and current code and our current community that lives in this community that has shared values and different perspectives. And I really appreciate the experience of the applicant, especially if we're talking about the road development. I think this is really an example where the little guys have come together to try to put in infrastructure that the town just is not able to do. Our family lives on the hill. And when we bought on the hill, we said in a matter of time that all of these lots are going to be developed and we'll have a lot of great new neighbors and we'll love it. And we are up there expecting that this is a place for families to grow and people to put down roots and for the town of Silverton to accommodate really the people that want to live here. I think, as Sally and Shane said as well, we have a case where really the applicant has followed the process that was laid out before them. They did do the watershed permit. It wasn't included, but now we have it. And I just intellectually and morally have a hard time with yanking people's chains. I just really dislike that in our processes. And I've said that numerous times in our master planning process, in our town board meetings, is that we need to have processes that are straightforward, that are transparent, and that meet the community goals. Otherwise, we get the outcome of having people that have a lot of money and attorneys as the only people that can make it through the process, because the little guys who are trying to piecemeal together a road or a sewer or plumbing can't ever make it through the process because we just kind of chop them down at every point of, well, what about this and maybe this and this review? And I know the hours that have gone into putting all this together. And so I'm very sympathetic to that. And I have been a strong proponent, and I will continue to be a proponent of simplifying our processes and actually making it easier for folks to build the kinds of things that we want to see. However, I think it's also a part of our master plan to talk about land use and development and responsible land use and development and environmental preservation. And I think that The road and the associated development is not quite as clear cut as folks on both sides of the issue would like to make it appear. Just because it's determined non-jurisdictional wetlands by the Army Corps doesn't mean it's not a wetland. And just because we might define it as a wetland through a town process, through an expert process, through a scientific process, doesn't necessarily mean we should protect it at all costs. And I think there's both of those things. And so I think that's where we're kind of stuck here, where we have a road that probably needs to go through to meet the development goals of the shrine. I would like to see a sub area plan, as we talked about in the master plan. I mean, I think we're kind of like, as my husband always says, we as a board and as a community are having to walk and chew gum at the same time. We have to do all these things kind of at the same time. And that does create some challenges. I think that we could reach compromises, and I would be very interested to having a continuation of the master plan process. Like Jordan said, we have some folks that are interested in looking at kind of our environmental resources here in our community. We also talked about having sub area development plans and trying to make our code and our processes easier for development. So we have kind of all these things in motion. That we now have specific applicants that are coming up against. And that's the part where I'm stuck, is they've done what's been asked of them through the process. And now all of a sudden we're kind of pulling the rug out and being like, just kidding, the process changed. And that doesn't feel super fair to me. But I also value being thoughtful and intentional with what we're doing. But development on Shrine Hill has been a proposed thing for a long time. This is a town right of way for the street. It was this is a way that we can get to the shrine. So I'm sort of stuck. And I also have seen too many instances of like environmental review processes or different architectural review processes basically being used to shut down things that really should be approved and to really promote a not in my backyard idea. I don't want this happening here. I'm happy that I live right here really close to a wetland because we all live close to some environmental resource in town, but I don't really want anybody else to. So I think there are a lot of concerns here, but I'm just stuck on this, like changing the rules of the game midstream for folks and really a community. We have neighbors here that have come together to try to solve a solution, create a solution. To a problem we have in this town where there isn't water and sewer access up to the hill. And those are developable lots. And as Shane said, that is private property. And so I take issue a little bit with the argument that we do need to preserve this at all costs. And really we're asking folks to donate private land to green space. If that's their prerogative, that's fine. But there are certain uses that I think we can approve here. So I'm a little bit stuck. And I think it gets a little simplified on both sides of the aisle. I do think we can reach some compromise. I'm not quite sure where that leads us today. But I think at the end of the day, we need to find a way to access development for the folks that have land up on Shrine Hill.
I would kind of disagree with some of those points. Mainly, I think talking about like simplifying the process. I think part of simplifying that is coming up with really clear kind of expectations in our codes, you know, of exactly what do we want to determine what wetlands are, and now is the time to do it, not after people build. And if we're going to take a time to pause things and figure that out, now is the time to do it.
Well, and I think the road is not private property, right? The road is the town's, or what will be the town. They're going to be responsible for the improvement, but the road isn't private. So I don't think we need to split hairs over, oh, well, we're not allowing people to use private property when it's not. Thing I really got stuck on is this idea that, you know, they were protected, then they weren't protected. And then if you read this, the Navigable Waters Protection Act that was passed recently, Colorado lost over 50% of its protections on its wetlands. I'm sorry, Colorado lost 25%, nationwide lost 50%. Because a lot of it was, they just stripped away the part of wetlands that includes that they need to run to navigable waters. And so there's just zero protections in place. This board didn't step up, the county didn't step up to put them in place. Now, if we didn't have the code there to exactly define wetlands, I think that we still have it in our power to say, well, it's still under the watershed protection. It's not as clearly defined as it should be, but because we don't have federal protection anymore, doesn't mean that we shouldn't do what we need to do to try and protect these. I think this is an issue that the community is pretty loud on, is that they want to, protect these environmental sort of gems within our town limits as much as possible. And just because our code is, written the way it is, and they've followed it, and crossed the T's and dotted the I's, if it's still wrong, then it's still wrong. I mean, and we're in a position to do something about that. And as you know, I've also, I heard a lot of comments about what is it a wetland? Is it not a wetland? A lot of the folks that are saying it's never been a wetland then go on to cite the Army Corps saying, well, it's just a non-jurisdictional wetland. So which is it? Is the Army Corps right? And it was a wetland, but it's not anymore, or has it never been a wetland? I would say a lot of the folks, and I'm like Jeff, I've heard a lot from both sides. But a lot of the folks that are pro building the road and developing up there, a lot of them are scientists, and they've brought in a lot of these, or not a lot, but they brought in some environmental sort of corporations to help us, or institutes to help sort of clarify what is a wetland, what isn't. But they all have a personal stake in the hill. So I tend to take those with a grain of salt. I would really like it if we had some, objective is a big word, but agency that could help us decide. If it's not a viable wetlands, if it was ruined by a previous road and there's no way of getting it back, then let's build in there. Let's go ahead and build in there. But I don't think that because we've been in a drought, or because the Army Corps no longer designates it as a wetland, means that we should just say, well, fine, it's not a wetlands anymore. I think a lot of times, especially at that national level, and I could be dead wrong, but if they either strip a budget or they change the structure of a place, a lot of stuff gets left behind and forgotten. And we, like I said, we certainly should have done something immediately when that happened, but we didn't. And as far as the road goes, I know that there were other alternatives for a road up onto Shrine Hill. I know that the previous town planners told me of several different options, and that the engineer pointed out several different options. And so I'm wondering if there's a compromise that we could use that would either go around the wetlands, or if we could get sort of an objective, sort of unbiased organization to come in and say, these were wetlands, they're no longer anymore, let's build, go ahead. But all of the science I've seen from the pro side is, they have a stake in it, and I get that. And all the science I've seen from the other side as well, we don't want it. And so it would really be nice to have some sort of mediation there, because I'm not a wetlands expert. Like Jeff says, we spend so many hours looking over this stuff, trying to figure out what the right thing to do is. And you spend years in school figuring out what this is. And I also think the one last thing is, if everybody cares about the environment, that's one thing I hear from both sides. We care about the environment. If we care about the environment, then we need to take our time and do the right thing. Whether you care about it and you want to build, or you care about it and you don't want to build. I think that just taking a step back and saying, is this something that will help our environment in our community over the next 10 years? And if it's not, let's bulldoze it. But if it is, then I think, taking a little extra time and saying, oh, at least figuring out if it is or it is not, I think it's too important. So.
Go ahead, Shane.
Tyler, I agree with like 95% of everything you said. I think it's hard to, it feels like you're persuaded by this idea that the, federal government reduced its budget and Colorado lost a lot of wetlands, and that it's clear that means that it's bad. And that sounds, that's easy to believe, like in the state of the world right now, like believing that budget cuts lead to, bad policy. It's easy for us to believe, but the fact is we don't know. Like, we don't know if the Army Corps' budget cuts and policy shifts are leaving wetlands that should be protected unprotected or not. And that's way above our pay grade either way. That objective, consultant is the Army Corps. And so I feel like, us trying to look through to what the Army Corps' past policies or current policies have been to determine whether or not they're making objectively good decisions is not within our scope. Like, if the Army Corps says these are not protected wetlands, like, it's our job to follow that policy.
Then I would also argue that moving forward, we should very strictly follow whatever the Army Corps says. And I think that would mean we would see the disappearance of all of our local wetlands, because we do have some from the Audubon Society.
The Army Corps took the opposite view on the north end of town.
They stripped all wetlands protections that aren't directly related to running water that can go to bigger bodies and lakes, which immediately, according to every other conservation or the Colorado Natural Heritage Project, all of these other people say, those are still wetlands. They still need to be protected. But if the Army Corps is the last, if that's it for us, then moving forward, I hope that we just know that let's use that for everybody.
So
and that
I wasn't quite saying
fast rule.
I wasn't quite saying that so black and white. What I was saying is, like, if you feel that both sides have a personal stake in the game and are therefore not objective, and in a situation where that's the case and we need an objective body, the Army Corps is that objective body. Otherwise, all of the science views that we're hearing on this particular issue, you're concerned are subjective. And that was my point there. Not that we need to like blindly follow the Army Corps all the time.
Well, there's always going to be two people arguing one side or the other when it comes to environmental properties. And so we will end up having to fall back onto somebody that no longer, because the size of them and because of their ability to handle these things, will not be able to. And
then I have two more points. One is, I think that town is 0.8 square miles. We do have green space that needs to be protected, undoubtedly. But we also need to find ways to increase density in order to make town more affordable, keep town affordable, whatever it is, grow to the size the community wants to be. The creating larger footprint, lower density developments will, through good intention, create very, very expensive properties. We'll have lower density and we'll have really wealthy people sitting on their, 3-lot development with one house. That is not how we achieve the goals the community set for us, in my view. We do need to move forward with higher density in the areas that have been identified for higher density. And if we don't, fine, but everything's going to be really expensive. The people who own property today will make a bunch of money when they sell it, as we've been seeing over the last 2 years. Nobody new is going to be able to come in that doesn't already have a bunch of money. And I don't think that's what our goal is. And then my final point is that most of this conversation, I feel, is a huge red herring. We just rescinded our decision because the application didn't include a watershed permit application. It now includes a watershed permit application. Nothing in the watershed permit application is surprising or concerning. The decision whether to approve or deny this road should be based on the now complete application, which doesn't have anything new or negative included in the application. I feel like we are way outside the box on what's appropriate by reconsidering all aspects of this application. Like, this should have been an administrative 5-minute conversation, and then we should have this more in-depth discussion about the public hearing that we're going to see next on the agenda. I'm really concerned about this kind of lack of grounding that we're having by like using an administrative reason to reject or rescind a former decision and then diving into the substance that I think is pretty far outside the scope of what this discussion should be.
Yeah, I just disagree with you. I think that this discussion would have happened initially had all of the watershed materials been included with it.
How so? I mean, where's the negative watershed impact in any of this?
So, and I brought this up in the planning commission meeting, and I'll bring it up again, but you know, in our code, it states that wetland falls under where is it? Sorry. Under the watershed protection. And since it's so vague and it's written so poorly, you know, wetland means those areas that are inundated or saturated by surface or groundwater, and will it affect the waterworks or watershed? And I've asked John Sykes previously, we understand that the water source, which is the definition for the water or water course, because they change, the definitions change from one to the other, but means anything that supplies us with water, which is fine. And John is absolutely the professional, and I think he's the person that makes that decision. But as far as water works, which means any other watershed coming out of our town, I've asked him before, are you able to, you know, make a ruling on whether or not that will be hurt or polluted or not? And, you know, he is an absolute expert when it comes to where we get our water and how we clean our water. But I think it's too vague for us to decide that if we hurt a water, you know, any of the watershed in town that is affected, that could affect wetlands, then, you know, we don't have a biologist on staff that can tell us that, or a hydrologist. And so I think it is vague enough. And I brought this up with the other application as well. And that's, you know, that's the main sticking point.
I'm still not following you. I mean, what aspect of this road development has the potential to negatively impact our watershed in some, like, what information has been presented to us that we can consider that's part of this application or public comment related to this application that gives us grounds to say that this has a negative impact on our watershed?
By definition, since they had to turn in a watershed application, it could affect the watershed. Is that not correct? But then the only two things that we have in there are, one, will it affect where we get our water, and two, where the rest of our water goes after it drains off. And so we can absolutely with certainty say, we know that that first one is nowhere near them, but we can't say with certainty that it's not going to affect the second one.
Haven't we been told that this isn't, like, with certainty unconnected to the animus? and other major waterways that this, you know, whatever seepage is happening here has zero impact on the rest of our waterways?
Yeah, yeah.
So then I'm just not, I think that, you know, you're very pragmatic. I'm just not following you. I want to, but I'm not following the logic.
I think, and one of the biggest problems here is the way that the definitions change, the verbiage changes throughout our watershed protection 13.2. It's, you know, from the purpose, it changes from watershed to water course to water works. It's a mess. And the fact that, like I said, we can absolutely rule out it hurting our water supply, but that secondary part of runoff throughout the town. And yeah, I think because of the changes in definition and from water course to watershed to wetland, I don't think that, like, it doesn't even say should wetland just be included in the waterworks itself, but it doesn't because it's so poorly written.
I think it defined wetlands as part of a water course, but I hear what you're saying, Shane. And when I asked Gloria for the watershed map, that's just really describing our water source. Our watershed map that is referenced in our watershed permit application process is our water source. And so again, I think we're just going up against that. The applicants have submitted the watershed permit, our current watershed permit. It doesn't mean that the applicant automatically is affecting the watershed. That's the whole point of the permit. The permit doesn't automatically judge that applicant is negatively affecting the watershed. It just said, hey, if someone is doing any of these things, they may affect the watershed. Therefore, there's a permitting process. And through the permitting process, John Sites gets to review it. And in certain instances, we review it and make this determination. But still, the code to me talks a lot about water supply and water works, like you've said.
No, I kind of get the opposite out of that. I mean, the overarching point for me is that we have a really poorly worded and vague description of what it is. And now is the time to take a moment and figure out what we want to protect, how we want to word it, so we're not running into this issue over and over again. Because after the Army Corps determined it non-jurisdictional, that's when we should have taken the time to figure that out. And we obviously didn't. So that's why we're here now. And we don't take care of it now, then it's only going to become more of a larger problem.
I don't understand why we can't do both. Like taking a moment now, like the talk about a moratorium, I find to be like really scary. Like taking a moment now has major financial impact on people who have been doing something, like working towards a goal for a meaningful period of time with, you know, the best processes available to them in Silverton, which, you know, take that as it is, but it's what they had. And they were doing something with a goal, trying to build a house, trying to contribute. And, you know, to us be like, oh, you know, so glad that you spent the last 2 years working on this thing. We didn't have our shit together. So now we're gonna pause everything so that we can figure it out at your expense and detriment. Like that just seems really bad. You know, we need to be supportive of the people that are contributing. We need to figure out how to protect what we have also. I don't think this is a binary decision. I think this is very similar to like the SMPA garage that was built on Green Street and the Kind Castle application that came in about the same time, when we very quickly realized we didn't have sufficient protections for the aesthetic of our historic downtown. And simultaneous with those projects happening, which didn't end up getting completely denied, Kind Castle just got approved. The SMPA garage was built, but we very quickly prioritized the A-Rod so that this didn't become a snowball effect. And I think we're in a very similar position. And I think it would be awful to treat the members of our community who are trying to do something with this lackadaisical attitude of like, oh, you're right, we screwed up a long time ago, and you're going to now bear the financial impact of that. Like, that's just not okay with me.
I think I come down more on that perspective, but I would like to not miss the point of what Jordan is saying, because I think what we have in the master plan is so important, and now is the time. But I think I would like a proposal that can actually honor both, because I think that there are still options to do this intentionally and with purpose that are in line with the master plan, and also assemble folks that can say, let's do a look at what we want in our town, and let's look at the master plan. Let's take a look at it. Let's see what we want to prioritize. And there might be trade-offs. Again, my point earlier was just because the Army Corps doesn't determine it, just because it's non-jurisdictional doesn't mean it's not a wetland. And just because it's a wetland doesn't mean we defend it at all costs. And both of those things we could hold to. And so is there a way that we can honor the intention of the applicants and our neighbors who have worked on this, as Shane said, for a long time, and without pulling the rug out from under them, and a way to honor the desires of all of us to have intentionality with what we're preserving and what we're not, what we're documenting, and what we are able to do? Because at the end of the day, the town has had a lot of land that hasn't been developed, that has been platted to be developed, that has been planned for streets. And how do we honor those landowners as well as honor the natural resources that we have? We do have a lot of natural resources that have designations. I mean, if you look at the Army Corps' designation, we have a ton of wetlands designated. And that's important. But I think can we do both? Can we honor the intention of the applicants that we have before us, and very quickly make sure, just as we're doing the code rewrite, to make sure that like our code for development matches our master plan, our environmental land use policy matches our master plan? Are these mutually exclusive for these particular projects? I'm not convinced that they're mutually exclusive. And I think both are super important and could be done in tandem very quickly. Because we've marshaled this energy. We have a bunch of folks who are like, pick me, I'll help, I will do this. And we have some neighbors saying, we are ready to do the land use development. We're ready to put in the street that the town isn't able to put in. We're ready to put in the sewer. Both of these things are like a great thing for our community, that we have neighbors coming together to build infrastructure, and we have neighbors coming together to say, let's document, preserve, and be intentional about our environmental land use. Why can't both of those things happen? And are they totally mutually exclusive? Because nobody's talking about bulldozing all of those lots. Any of these other lots that come before us would still need a watershed permit application. And again, we have folks that are going through the development process currently, and we're using our current process, and we're working on a code review at the same time. Both of those things are happening at the same time. We haven't stopped everything possible in town. I don't think that's a great approach for town, because we need things built. So why can't we do both?
How? I think we can, but how?
I'm landing very much in Dana's camp here. I think you're expressing it really well. These tensions between what we're trying to accomplish, and these two words, one, housing, and two, wetlands, they both carry so much weight in our conversations and are so charged with passion and emotion on all sides, that I think we're really stuck, because this is a board of people who really care about the environment. And it's a very odd position for me to feel like I would support something that is destructive to the environment. And I find that the uncomfortable position. And I think this was easy when we first went at it, because I didn't see any information in front of me declaring that this was a wetland, because we didn't have that. And since we first reviewed these projects, we've heard from scientists in, like what Tyler's already said. And so now we've come to this point of awareness where we know that we have a missing piece in our community. We've got to figure out how we classify and protect the important wetlands that surround our our town, because we do have people who are wanting to build projects in wet lands and they haven't been classified. Dana said this way better than I can say it, non-jurisdictional being, conservation, and, some wetlands maybe that aren't jurisdictional. But what I'm trying to say is that I think where we are right now is we're working on protecting wetlands on this project by project basis. And we're trying to sort of stop a project because what we're trying to do is protect wetlands. And I think that that's a really inefficient mechanism for all of the parties involved, for the town, for the property owners, and for the wetlands themselves. And I think it's just hard to say, all of a sudden that this part of our community has risen to the top of the priority list because it has projects suggested on it, but it's technically not classified. And meanwhile, we certainly have homes that are already built in wetlands that are currently structures in wetlands. And so our code is not working there. But I also think that to try and protect wetlands in a project by project basis doesn't work for any party. And so I guess I'm just not, that's where I get stuck really, is that I think that if we were just to analyze what we have before us, what the applicant has submitted, to me, it looks really easy because that's the way we review applications. This one came to us, or the next one, sorry, the Gibson project came to us with a recommendation from the Planning Commission. We've heard recommendations from town staff. This one is just complicated by a lot of external, with really important public comment, but also conflicting public comment, and without any framework for the town to determine whether this is a high priority or that is a high priority, or how we manage the public land versus private land tension. And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to just go back and check some of my notes because I know that I'm rambling a bit here, but I think that if protecting wetlands is something that we want to do, we need to do that in a systematic way with kind of what Tyler was saying, that third party objective organization that can help us prioritize and classify those places in a similar way that a federal protection or an Army Corps would, so that we can honor what the environment needs and also align with the owners' need so that they can move forward with what they have planned for their properties. And I do see a lot of tension here, and I don't have a great answer for it, certainly, but I don't want to get lost in, if approving this project, I think we're being too simple if we try to describe approval of the project as an anti-wetland position. And I think what Dana was saying about these ideas not being mutually exclusive, that rings true to me as well. I think there is a way to preserve environmental resources like wetlands and create spaces and development opportunities for private property owners.
I'll ask you the same question, Sally. I just asked Dana, is how? Like, I agree with you totally. And I guess how, given the information we're given right this second in the decision we're supposed to make, like how do we do that?
I know. I think what we're doing, we're being pressured by a timeline.
Yeah. So,
well, I think there's a way. Like, I think what we're trying to do right now and why we're in such a pickle is we're trying to make policy decisions on specific applications. What we should be doing is considering applications based on existing policy. And then when we find problems with that, we should be then stepping aside and resetting our policy and reframing. And I think we're in this weird inflection point where there's a little bit of a lag. We clearly have a desire to do something slightly different from a policy perspective. these applications are coming in before we've formalized that shift. What I think we need to do is decide these based on existing policy, not create a moratorium, but prioritize establishing the policy that we want to have going forward so we don't have a snowball effect. And I don't think that it's that complicated. I think there's a lot of things that we've moved through very, very quickly. We're seeing shifting landscape faster than I think we all expected. And we can put a couple other things aside to prioritize this so that we can update our policies. But I don't think we make this policy decision as a one-off tonight on the existing application.
I feel like I follow similar logic and come to a totally different conclusion. To me, it seems like there's a really clear order of operations, and seems like we need to figure out as a community what we value and what areas of land we want to protect before we make decisions on really vaguely worded coding that we have. It seems like that order, you know, if you own land up there, it doesn't entitle you to work on the timeline that you want to work on. If the community has come to us and pointed out the flaws in our process and system and code, it's, you know, it's up to us to take our time and make a really good decision. So to me, there's just a really clear order of operations and slowing it down. I don't think putting a moratorium on things is pulling the rug out from anyone. It's temporary, and it's meant to give us time to fix the problems that other people in the past didn't fix.
Yeah, and as far as the road goes, I would like to see some of the other options. There were 4 options to get infrastructure up to that area, and I've only read the report for 2 of them. I realized this was the easiest one as far as sewer working, and and the most direct. But you know, I just feel like if there's a better way to access it, you know, it's incumbent upon us to look at that.
Do you guys feel like you're representing the majority of the community in these positions?
I feel like that the code is written poorly, and I don't think that we should, I can't interpret the code and just say, this is a public road that we should just put in right now based on what I'm seeing. I can't, that's not how I'm interpreting our code.
This feels like a selective issue that you've decided to take issue. Like 60% of our code is written awfully.
Yeah,
we can't just like pause.
The outcome of this will definitely have ramifications moving forward. And if you think that we just make this ruling on this and then the next ruling on the next one, and then we'll just fix our code real quick, and nobody else will come in with all of their building proposals to make sure that they can try and get their building proposals in the same area or other wetlands before we have it fixed, then I think that I just feel like we'll see a flood of these, and based on what we do tonight, we will then have to say, well, we have to go on based on what we have in front of us.
That's not entirely true. Like what Clayton's told us every time we make a decision like this is like, you know, each public hearing, each application, like we look at precedent for how we acted, but they don't control us. We're not required to make the same decision one after the other after the other. We've made it very clear that this is a difficult issue for us, that policy is shifting, that we want to reevaluate. Like this decision doesn't mean that we have to do the same thing for every application in the future, but we put people on notice through this conversation that things are shifting. But we didn't put these people whose applications are in front of us tonight on notice that this might happen when they got to the finish line.
When they bought their property as a jurisdictional wetland, if they did when it was jurisdictional, they were put on notice. If you buy property,
that's an assumption that we can't make.
If you buy property in an avalanche,
do you know the date they bought the property? Do you know what is designated on the date they bought it? Like that's outside our scope right now, Tyler. Like I hear you, I hear where you're coming from, but like we have to be really disciplined in how we consider these issues. I feel like we're not.
Clayton says that you're right. We don't have to do the next one the way we do the previous one. We don't have to use precedent. Well, then we don't have to use it on this one either and say that we need to use this poorly written code to allow this to go through.
No, that's different. We have to follow our codes and rules and procedures that are in place today. That is what governs this board.
But not on
We
the,
must.
but you just said that we didn't need to use it for other ones that would come in later.
I'm saying that we can continue to adapt our policies and procedures. We can revise our codes going forward. If we get 5 applications tomorrow because we approve this tonight, we can say, hold on, guys. Like, there are certain things that say that we have to respond in a certain time frame, and in that time frame, we can do things before we respond. If that doesn't come to pass, and we do have time to make the changes that this board wants to make, then we can go ahead and make those. But those changes haven't been made yet. We have to use the rules that we have today. We have to.
And I still
like, we
believe
don't like, and this is really fun, kind of like inverse to what Jordan's saying. Like, we have an inverse amount of power, or we have a disproportionate amount of power relative to the people sitting in the room that aren't elected officials. And we're going to use that power now to decide in this one case that we're not going to follow the rules that we have because we're persuaded that the policy should be shifting. Like, this feels like the opposite of what Jordan was advocating for.
Trustee, if I could interrupt real quick, the applicant has requested to speak, if you all would allow. Yes, okay.
Come on up.
Hi, I'm Rick Roberts. We're living outside of Durango, Colorado. And I'm here to represent the road. I don't know if I have just a minute to talk. Or do you want, can I go through my whole spill? Now, really, I came up here to ask if you're uncertain what to do with the road. We don't have to have this decision tonight. If you want to take more time, do more research.
I mean, that's kind of why I proposed a moratorium on it, was that would give us time to do research and to.
Well, I hate the word moratorium on it because that can last forever, but.
Yeah, it's, you know.
And just postpone until further study, maybe.
I'd be interested to hear your comments.
Would you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we moved here 33 years ago, as Ellen had said, from northern Colorado. And we looked at purchasing property here in Silverton because we'd been coming up here on a regular basis since we've been here, enjoying the mountains in Silverton and all it has to offer. And when we started looking at that property, I was unsure whether it was a wetland or not. And prior to purchasing it, I contacted Kara Sedgwick at the Corps, and she came up and did an evaluation, and her evaluation on our property was it consisted only of dry land, which is in your packets. That determination from the Corps of Engineers. But I know that below us, it is wetter territory in the Willow area. And once we had made that determination, or that the Corps of Engineers had made that determination, I assumed that it would be buildable, knowing that it was designated all dry land. So we pursued Goff Engineering, who I've worked with in the past on other projects, infrastructure, as well as some other home designs, because I'm a general contractor builder. And John Sykes and Lisa Durr were very helpful in guiding us along this process. And that's where we developed the current plan. Though we were involved with the Gibsons, as they've mentioned, in determining that current plan, and that's why it took so long, the 2 years to really have it come through. And initially, I did reach out to all the adjacent neighbors on Shrine Hill with a letter telling them what my plans were to try to bring infrastructure into Shrine Hill for the development of not only ours, but potentially other properties, to see if they were interested in helping us out. And really, I'm kind of just here to answer any of your questions. You know, as far as the impact of the wetlands, it's really only a little under or a little over 3%, 2.9 to be exact, of the total square footage of that wetlands in an area that's already been cut, as it's been discussed. So I never did really picture any extensive damage to that wetlands. And we don't really know, you know, I have that letter we brought tonight with her saying our impact is not going to affect the rest of the wetland. But then there's others that say that it will. So that's kind of that's the biggest uncertainty here, is what I see. I don't. Yeah, and we can, you know, we're talking in that area. I counted the willows. There's 8 willows. If we do the full plan, as is, it would need to be removed along with some other smaller willows, but it doesn't really amount to a lot. So that's basically my story.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
I think what feels unique about the project in front of us with the road is that we have a group of individuals who are willing to put in the infrastructure. And I know, Tyler, you brought up several other road options. Of course, there are other options for putting roads in and infrastructure on Shrine Road, but those individual landowners are not collectively working at this moment to put that in. And I think it just feels, the proposal we have in front of us feels unique. It doesn't feel that dissimilar to what was approved for Ms. Campazano's road cut and property, as far as the road goes. And what Mr. Roberts shared with us for kind of the impact on, you know, the section of wetlands that we can observe in the various aerial photos or walking around. But that's why it just feels a little bit unique to me with this road proposal, is that of course there are other ways, but the town is certainly not considering those options ourselves, funding that. And so we have this kind of unique application in front of us where adjacent landowners have all come together to talk about how to put that infrastructure in. That feels a bit unique to me and isolated to this proposal in front of us.
And I don't think we should fall in like the fallacy of having a binary option either. Denying it and putting a moratorium on it wouldn't be denying it forever and always. Giving us time to figure out what areas of land we want to protect as a town, gives us time to figure out how we want our code to be worded. And it's, to me, I differentiate this because, you know, Shane brought up a good point of, yeah, like our code isn't written very well in a lot of parts of it. And this is looking at putting development into an area that is completely undeveloped. And it goes back to like, we need to have a really solid plan with a lot of intention behind it if we're going to do this, rather than being reactionary to an obligation of having to rezone something that's within our already developed area of town. Like those, to me, are two very different things.
What part of, like, what's the plan that the town's responsible for? Like, this is private property. We have streets and alleys. Like, it's not the town's responsibility to develop that plan. It's our responsibility to have zoning, which we already have. And it's the responsibility of these applicants to come up with a plan, which they have, which we're now having, you know, complications with respect to. But I'm not understanding what your goal is there with, like, it seems like we're on different planes in terms of like what the responsibility of the town is with respect to overseeing this development.
I think making a determination of our community and what lands we want to protect as a community, and we have a lot of local experts that can help us do that, and we should take the time to figure that out.
And when you say, and when you look at Shrine Hill as a whole, like, we're talking about this little tiny chunk on the southwestern portion of Shrine Hill. But what you're talking about doing, I think, has much broader impacts than just slowing down this one little quadrant. Am I wrong?
When I'm trying to approach it in a, you know, just looking at this application, I have other concerns with the development of Shrine Hill as a whole, and having some intention behind that, and taking time to reevaluate the zoning and seeing if it fits. And I'm not opposed to anything. I think it's just important to take the time and be really conscious of what we're doing as we move into undeveloped areas of town, because like you said, it's 0.8 acres, and it's really valuable to know what we're going to do and how we're going to influence what's being constructed, because just building houses to build houses isn't going to solve our housing problem. It's going to put a Band-Aid on a bullet wound.
Jim?
Hey, thanks so much. This is a great discussion, hearty discussion. My stance is firm as to where and what I believe we as a community, we as a board need to go. There is a solution where all parties will feel like they've gotten something out of this. We just need to get to that point. There is nothing wrong with taking a step back, hitting the pause button and taking a step back and saying, hey, let's look at this, let's evaluate it from all sides, and pursue this at a later date. We're not saying no. We're not saying we're not going to build. We're not saying anything at all. We're saying that we want to look at this, and then we're going to pursue it down the road, not kicking the can. We're going to look at this with all the information, and in a way that everyone can come out and feel like they've achieved something in this process. And I think that's the way to go. So, I mean, we can go back and forth all night long, and we've done a great job over the past several meetings, because this is a hot button issue. But the fact of the matter is, we as a community have the opportunity to do this the right way, the smart way. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with allowing the process to work and taking a step back. And that's my stance at this point in time. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think I kind of have a question about this idea. If we take a step back, okay, it's like we're sort of at this gridlock because an individual application has sort of caused to rise to the surface some larger questions for the community as a whole. And so we have both the issue of like, what do we want to do with this particular application in front of us? And then also like, what do we want to do as a community as a whole? And I'm trying to understand in my own mind and in my colleagues' mind, like what other information would we like to approve or deny this road, to approve or deny the next project before us? And what information would we like about the larger environmental land use policy we'd like to have? So I guess I'm kind of putting this out there in my mind. Like, if we could answer the question with an expert that this is a wetland, it's non-jurisdictional, it's wet, it has some environmental utility, it has some importance to our community because it's part of a larger ecosystem. Putting these developments in, like, what do we want to know? Putting this road in or putting Gibson in will affect 20% of it, 2% of it, 50% of it, certain years down the road. Like, are we trying to answer that question? Are we trying to answer the question of, let's catalog all these kinds of resources we have in our community and determine which ones are highest priority? And if we answer that question, then we can make a decision. So I'm sort of stuck on what other information. I agree that it feels sort of like we want more information, we want better policy. But I still want to honor the intention of the applicants that we have before us that have worked through the process that we have. And so I would love for us to be able to answer for ourselves, what additional information do we need for a larger community-wide approach and for this particular project, this particular area of land to decide on this project? What else do we need to move forward? What questions do you guys feel like we need to answer in your minds? If you knew it was X percentage of these, if you knew a certain definition about these unknown defined willows, if you could check that box of what are they, and if you could check the box of how much will this affect and how much down the road it will affect, and if we could check this box of what part this is to the larger whole that we're talking about, does that answer it? Is that where we need to go? And does that mean we table this particular application to get more of that information for this? Or does that mean a larger moratorium, which I'm with Shane, I feel very uncomfortable with a larger moratorium because I just think it does leave people in limbo. So what questions what do we want to answer?
I think so. In the course of talking to people about this and, talking to people in town, talking to people outside of town, because again, we're trying to, I don't want to make a decision that's going to affect somebody's life based on something that I'm not a professional in, which is what we're asked to do often. And this one is definitely one of the more difficult ones. But I've had people say, well, it's not a wetland at all, and it never has been. I've had people say it was a wetland, but it no longer is because it's dried up. We've been in drought too long. And so, even if it had been a wetland, it's no longer viable. And then there's people that say it's an active wetland right now, and it's got biodiversity of like 80% of the biodiversity in the area, and it's hugely important. Now, I'm sure that not all four of those things are correct. So, I mean, like I said, if it was never a wetland, which I have a hard time believing because it was designated at one point as a wetland at least. But if it's no longer viable, if it's dried out, if drought and all the other building has gone through there, then I would say, yes, let's develop it because it just isn't offering the same, biodiversity. It's no longer that keystone habitat. But if it is still a keystone habitat and it still is doing giving us all these other benefits, then I think it's more important to take our time around and to make sure that we do the best that we can do to protect it while still compromising and allowing other folks to use their private property if possible.
So Tyler, going back to our conversation earlier,
Yeah,
that's outside
I
our
get that,
scope.
Tyler.
That's outside our
Right.
scope.
Okay.
We aren't making a decision about whether it's a wetland or not. That's not what the code permits us to decide.
Wetland is in the code, so it's because it's not.
We have to decide if it
jurisdictional,
impacts our watershed, which we've been told it doesn't. I hear you, but that's what I'm saying. In the future,
Say
That's
that.
the scope of decision we want to be able to make. That's not the scope of decision that we're able to make today.
When you read this, our code at the bottom, it just says wetlands. They're in there. And then above it, it says you have, you can't do anything to pollute. And then waterworks, watersheds, waters, or waterworks. And then under watersheds, it says wetlands. So I imagine those are included. It reads like that to me. It doesn't read well, but I would make a case to say that if you're polluting a wetland, then you're polluting a watershed. And I could make the case that we can't do that.
Trustees, I have one more interruption. We have the other half of the applicant would like to speak.
If it's okay. And I apologize for wearing my coat, but it's a little cool in here. So, here's what I think we're trying to offer as applicant is, I don't want to say we want to withdraw our application because we don't want to do that. But what we're offering at this point is table it for tonight. As one who has sat in meetings that have gone till 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning, I do not wish that on anybody. And I feel like to some degree, one way maybe that I throw out as a suggestion is create a subgroup of trustees, perhaps one of us on the application side, Mountain Studies Institute, Jake, here, maybe you've got some other people, create a subgroup. What I think we would ask if we put a pause on it is that it have some sort of timeline. And I would just urge you not to use the word moratorium. I think there's, and I'm a lawyer by background, so blame it on that, but there's some legal consequence to saying that, that I don't think Silverton wants to earn that moniker. I don't think based on your master plan, you acknowledge growth is an important part of your future. So we don't mean to be the ones breaking the mold or creating the mold with you. We would have liked to have followed it by, dotting our I's, crossing our T's, getting to the finish line with a happy ending for all. And we would move the willows that might have been in the way, or we'd mitigate whatever. But I don't think tonight is probably the time to hash that all out in the sense of really thinking through what are your questions you want answered, who are the experts you want to seek, do you want to hire a facilitator, your independent expert. You can, I can tell you, as each of you already know, for every expert one side gets, the other side's going to get a different expert. So you have to decide who you have confidence in. Perhaps you hire that entity. We want to work with you. We want to work, we're local. We do live 8 miles outside of Durango, but we feel very vested in Silverton. As I mentioned, my son, Ben, is as a mother, primary motivation to see him get to where he wants to be and thrive. And there's so many other young people like that. And again, I look to the front row here and I just go, these are the kinds of people like your neighbors and maybe like you that we're all trying to help, but we're not trying to compromise the environment. I'm on Mountain Studies Institute board. I honor and appreciate all of the concerns that have been expressed. I'm not here, obviously, as an MSI board member, but if we find a way to create a collaborative space to talk through this, we're not doing any road excavation in the next, well, John will tell us, how long will it be before the ground thaws that we would actually do any work? It's a while out. So let's use that time wisely and that satisfies you and is in congruence with your master plan and with reaching out to the community. But the idea of sort of doing a blanket thing, I just urge you that takes on a lot of meaning. I know you're trying to seek people to develop land here, and that's probably not a message you want to send. If it's our application that's causing the consternation, and I don't think it's our application, I think it's, as you've discussed, it's just where you're at in this very big thorny issue. We're willing to work with you on the timeline and to resolve this in a way that isn't us against them. I don't think it has to be binary. And I appreciate Shane's comments because a lot of what you've said resonates with us, whether it's from, you know, what we're trying to do in a positive way, or whether it's to be respectful of the environment and the natural assets. That's why we love Silverton. That's why we've hiked in the mountains and, you know, we'll continue to enjoy it as long as we can. But I just, if it's for our sake that you're kind of, self-flagellation is the word, and that's probably not the right word. But if you're trying to get there tonight for our sake to give us an answer one way or another, my husband and I say, you know, don't do that on our behalf if it's your choice to make. But we'll work with you. Take your pause, but put some timeline on it, because just we'll figure it out doesn't feel very respectful of the time and energy and money and thought that we've put into it, or that the other folks have invested in all of this. So with that, I also have a dog who's waiting impatiently, I'm sure, in the car. So I'm not leaving for any reason other than to warm her up, and I'll be back. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
There's the answer of how.
Yeah, I think that was very thoughtful and very generous offer.
And really the kind of applicant that I think is a nice applicant to work with the town on this. It feels very different. We potentially could have huge developer with big pockets and a major developer who wants to just come in and kind of figure out the hillside and bulldoze it all down and do what they want to do. And at this point, you know, someone with enough money could just come in and start a project like that. So I appreciate that this is not, doesn't have that tone to it. So yeah.
I'm much more supportive of tabling over a moratorium. I can appreciate a pause, but a moratorium does kind of sit uneasily.
Yeah, I'm in that camp as well.
I think even if we say pause, I think a timeline should even be attached to that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they're not twisting in the breeze and hoping that.
And I think, again, back to answering the question of what questions do we need to answer to make a final determination? So knowing here's the timeline, and this is what we all need to know to approve or deny. This is what information we need and what we need to know.
I'm making the assumption that if this decision gets tabled, then the Gibson application also, and that public hearing also goes nowhere because it's reliant on this road. So I think it's important to recognize those ramifications. And then also, even if we only delay this a couple months, like the winter's planning, summer's development, if we take away the ability for an applicant to plan during the winter, we're potentially postponing their project for an entire calendar year. So I just want people to understand the consequences of a decision that we make, even though it feels like tabling might be a better decision to explore more options. If we end up back at the exact same point with certainty, but we've cost an applicant a year, that's a pretty negative consequence in my opinion. And there's a bunch of assumptions in that, I admit. I don't know that the Gibsons were planning to build this summer, but I do want to think about this isn't a vacuum.
Do you want me to answer?
I mean, someone needs to make a motion or we're going to keep at this all night. It can be a motion to table, it can be a motion to approve, it can be a motion to deny, but we need to make a decision.
If we make a motion to table, do we need to put a time limit on it this evening? Or can that be determined after the fact?
Don't we have to put a time limit on it? Like if it gets tabled, it gets tabled to a certain
to.
date that we
It's
set,
tabled to the next meeting,
unless you say.
unless we say something specifically different.
As far as staff time and capacity, like we're talking about potentially having more conversations, with Public Works, with some experts. Again, it's like, and I think the trustees we need to come up with what questions do we need to have answered to make a decision on this particular project? Like staff capacity wise and time frame. I mean, to Shane's point of sort of like honoring, we heard a really nice offer from the applicant to be flexible and to work with us. I think I would also like to honor the time frame for the applicant for the road and the project we have in the future, because it is related. So like, we have that discussion about what kind of time frame is most reasonable for staff capacity, getting experts involved, and also honoring timeline for development, or just make a designation.
Are we taking on the obligation here, or is the board kind of leaning towards, I don't support this, but is the board leaning towards taking on the obligation for the town to figure out an alternative access to these properties on Shrine Hill? So because the one that's been proposed and previously approved but for an administrative issue now rescinded, like we're now saying like, we don't know that this is the best possible way to access these properties. There has to be another way. Like, are we taking on that obligation? Are we telling the applicant, you need to come to us with a series of, A, B, and C options for how to get to your property differently? I think that type of direction is really important if we're not going to approve this tonight. Like, we need to tell them exactly who's responsible for next steps.
I would say for me, I see us taking on the obligation of determining whether or not this is an area that we want to protect as a community. And
we
having to.
What do you mean? Like, you mean just specifically where there's willows?
Yeah, because that's kind of the basis of the determination of this road working or not working, and looking at alternatives might come after that.
And what do you envision in terms of process for us as a community determining whether or not we're going to protect these willows or this area that, I'm identifying with the willows?
I'm open to a lot of different possibilities for that. I mean, my gut reaction isn't to table this either, but if that's something that we can come to a consensus on, I'm willing to table it to give us time to pursue other options.
Right, but what I'm asking you is like, what does that process look like? Are you envisioning like something similar to like the master plan, development where we have, a dozen community engagement facilitated events? Like what? Like how do we get like?
I think
do we have a general election? Like what's the process?
As trustees to figure out what the best process for that would look like. I don't think that's for us to determine right now. That's why I don't lean towards tabling it, but that's what we're going to have a consensus on.
I'm struggling with this on a project basis, not for the fact of preserving wetlands, but simply because I think it pours just such a tremendous amount of resources into one location in the community. And I think if we start to, if people start to submit applications for building, and we have public comment come in and say, let me actually zoom out and frame it this way. I think it's unreasonable to expect that we're going to preserve 100% of our community's wetlands. And I think it's unreasonable to expect that we're going to say yes to 100% of every idea that somebody wants to do for housing. So I think those are sort of the ends of the spectrums for me. Oh, and my earbuds are dying. And so, for me, what really would matter is, if we're gonna say on this project here, these wetlands have become so important to our community that they need to be preserved. I think we also need to understand that in the context of, you know, all of the developable land in Silverton. And then we need to understand, you know, if somebody decides to build a house on, I am fully going to pull this out of my head right now, so please nobody take this too seriously, but let's say someone wants to build something on 7th and Mineral, and there's the presence of willows and some indicators of wetlands on 7th and Mineral. And then when somebody puts in a development plan for 7th and Mineral, we again have to go through the process where there's public input saying, nope, we think that's a wetland. And they very well be, that might be very true. That might actually be a wetland. But without having this sort of broad analysis to go from, I think it's unreasonable for us to, like Jeff said in the very beginning, be experts on all of the wetlands in Silverton and how they're categorized. So without something in place, I just think we're setting ourselves up for kind of a lack of ability to protect the wetlands that are really, really important to our ecosystem, and potentially putting resources into places that are either less important or not important at all. Or the lack of system for this or framework to me is a sticky point. And I hear you, Jordan, and really, and Tyler, I'm really on board with what you're saying. I think the intention is like what I really want to happen. Like Dana's kind of like, paint the picture for me of like, what would we need to have in place? I'm like, can this just not be a wetland? Like, that's the picture for me. That would be awesome. The picture for me is somebody comes along and says, oh, nope, we all agree and everyone trusts this person. This is not a wetland. That's sort of the ideal case, but we don't really know what's going to come back from those results. And we've heard opposing, you know, scientific perspectives. And it's just, I think this idea of figuring out what we're preserving and how we conserve, how are we going to conserve our environmental resources? That is a very big question for us to answer in this meeting tonight. It's not that I don't think it's a good one. I think it's a really important question. I'm just not sure how we get there in the framework of this meeting and as we're making the decisions for these specific projects. But I totally think it's an important one to ask, and I support it and I want to do it.
Well, I liked, I'm sorry, was it Ellen's idea of maybe having some of the stakeholders, some of the town board members, getting somebody from MSI, we have a professional in wetlands, say, is there a way to mitigate it, to put the road in? Can we move this? Is it possible to go around it? Is it, again, no longer a viable wetlands? There are people in the state that that are professionals on this. I just really feel like if we fall back onto this, it's not important because the Army Corps of I mean, the Audubon Society, the Colorado National Heritage Project, Trout Unlimited have all said that their guidelines are not good enough for the environment. And so I just don't really think that we should be relying on them.
I think we should be relying on our staff who recommended we approve this. I think we should support our staff and follow the recommendation. The staff didn't say, this is unclear, we should table this, we need to research more. They said, based on the information available to us and our guidelines, we should approve this. I think it's super simple. I think, you know, we should have made this decision in 15 minutes. And I'm
excellent.
Frustrated.
You're more than welcome to make a motion.
Jim, you unmuted.
You did. So do we Do we table this for 90 days or 120?
90.
We do it for less.
February.
We do it for 60. The sooner that we can help give the applicants a notice, the better. So I think the shorter the better, if it can be done in that time.
I think with the holidays, 90 probably makes more sense. Because the next 30 is probably not going to be very productive.
I agree. The next 30 are kind of, that's why I thought 90.
Okay.
Did we want to hear from the Gibson property owners on any implication, or is that outside the scope?
Outside the scope where we are right now.
Talk during theirs.
And it's not a public hearing.
What do you think so? Will it change your?
I mean, I guess it's just the question of like, does 1 month make a difference? Does 60 days versus 90 days versus 120 make a difference? Yeah, that might change what I would decide.
Sure.
Mr. Gibson, would you care sharing with us? If a pause on the road of 60 or 90 or 120, how that affects your plans?
I was just having a side conversation there with Rick about that. As you know, it's very seasonal here and we can probably start building in May, the very earliest, and we've got till October, right? So 120 days would put us well into that. And our property development would rely on the road being built and some certainty about that road being built before we can make plans. So I think anything more than 30 or 60 days would probably put us back at least another year. And we wouldn't be all that happy with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clarifying. Did you hear that, Jim? And Sally?
We did. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Gloria, is there anything you can add here in terms of like what the staff would need to sort of implement something like this? Like,
I think we would need at least 90 days. If we were going to put together, like you said, a stakeholder group, find an expert. I mean, we've been trying to find an expert and we finally got an appointment week, but with the holidays coming up, it's gonna be very difficult.
90 days.
I don't believe that I have consensus here, but I think if we're using ethical decision framework, we should be approving this. So I make a motion to approve the complete Roberts Development Deviation Review application. And I'd like to be on record making that motion.
Sir, a second.
Trustee Davis.
Oh, no, he was asking in a second.
Sorry.
Great, there is no second, that's fine. Someone needs to make another motion then.
And you're saying that we need a minimum of 90, but the applicant thinks that that's going to push him out a year. We try for 60, and then if we don't, we table it again for another 30 days. Comes together, then we can help them, and if not, then or is that completely unreasonable?
Look at her face.
I know.
You table it for a maximum of 90 days, and if it happens before 90 days, let's say it takes 75, then you can reevaluate it earlier.
You should consider a date certain so you can link the
application that has a public hearing tied to it to the same meeting date, and that one should be continued to a date certain.
Thank you.
Mr. Gibson?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I did a calculation. 90 days is the end of February, which is a lot closer than I expected. So I think 90 days, from my point of view, would be okay. But I think Rick, as he's the guy who's got to organize everything, will probably have his own perspective on that.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I was just saying that 90 days is the end of February, which is a lot closer to now than I expected and a lot further away from the start of the building season. For me, 90 days would be acceptable, but I think you're much closer to how much planning you need to do for the road.
I think 90 days is probably fine for us, but it'd be nice to know what you're looking for from us to present to you. You want us to bring compromises to the table? And actually, how many people have been up to the site to actually see what's going on? Pretty much everybody? Okay.
They're all raising their hand on the screen.
For the determination of, is that a wetland or is it not a wetland? Right? And then if we were to change the road alignment a little bit, is that a possibility? Right now, it is per plan right now in the middle of the 100-foot width of Snowden. And we could get away from some of the willows. We could cut, I mean, if we compromise from what I have currently laid out up there, we would only get rid of 2 willows and just a few other scrub willows. Seems fairly insignificant, but does it damage the whole wetlands or doesn't it? I have a hard time believing it does, just based on the current cuts that's there. All I'm going to do is shave a little bit more off to get the road through.
I think if we table this for 90 days, I think it has to include a commitment from the trustees for a work session to figure out what we actually really specifically need sooner rather than later. Because I think that there are things that we all would like to have answered in order to make a decision on this application. And so we'll have to meet to nail that down sooner rather than later for staff to move forward. And to be clear with the applicant, I think it's really imperative on us to be super clear what we're asking staff, what questions we need answered, what we're asking staff, what or who we would be asking as an expert, and what we would be asking of the applicant to have questions answered or to make alternatives. I think we owe that to staff and the applicant.
I'll mention that you have that, we're talking about Roberts, but you also have Gibson.
Right.
Roberts's development is in the public right of way. Gibson's the use on private property. So those are 2 different questions that you're asking that have a lot of different answers. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
It's 2 things. It's not just the road.
Clayton, is there anything legally we're missing as far as our process for being able to get more information, get more input from experts, look at the property? Like, are we missing something here procedurally? Or are we within our bounds of seeking more information for specific applications?
You're within your bounds.
Thank you.
Okay, so where does 90 days put us on the calendar? That's the end of February. That would be the first meeting or.
Exactly 90 days for the day, be Sunday, the 26th of February.
What's the closest meeting?
For meeting
Earlier that-
Monday?
Either the 20th of February or the 6th of February be a regular meeting, or 6th of March, my bad.
Well, we have a meeting on the 27th. If the 26th is 90 days, I think we have a meeting on the 27th.
Sorry, it's late last week, Matt.
About 91 days.
Okay.
21 days. What's the other option?
Yeah, right.
2 weeks shy of that.
The
Maybe earlier.
13th.
For me, it's, I could present my compromise tonight. So. I don't know that, you know, unless you want more from me, I can tell you exactly what I would like to do for that compromise of Bennett just done. And just taking that road from, we could take that road all the way over. It'd have to be 24 wide, but it would be right in Sandra's back front yard, which I obviously we don't want to do that. But I don't think it'd be a problem to.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this should be part of the work session, not for tonight.
I'm sorry.
This like level of detail of like what alternatives are shouldn't be part of our discussion tonight. That should be part of this work session that's getting proposed. And we do have quite a bit left on our agenda for this evening.
Okay, I just wanted to point out that my compromise I could present anytime.
Okay, so if we came.
Thank you. Yeah, I apologize for interrupting. I'm just
If we came up with, say, we put together a list of answers and we got those questions answered in the next, month, and you would be able to, show up pretty much anytime. Okay, and not anytime, obviously, we would give you notice, but if we did come, get ours.
No, resolve soon.
Okay, if we resolve it sooner and we could do that. Okay, thank you.
Laura, did you have any more staff input or comment? I do not.
And
Right.
Trustee George or whoever's going to make that motion as a point of order, when you move to table this, if that's what it seems is happening, I would put in that motion that you're tabling it at the request of the applicant.
Thank you.
Procedurally, do we still also have to rescind the previous approval?
That's already been done. In this.
We already did that, yeah.
Sorry, it's been a long
And then-
time ago.
Clayton, and then we can just say we make a motion to table at the request of applicant and to the February.
Yeah, I would say to be revisited or to be put on the agenda on or before the date certain.
Okay. I will make a motion to table agenda item 8A, discussion of Roberts Development deviation review at the request of the applicant to be added to the agenda on the date of February 26th or before.
27th.
Sorry, 27th or before.
Second.
Trustee Davis.
Yes.
Trustee Craig.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Bierman.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney. Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Sorry, this is such a hard one for me. I just think giving every application like this, the attention that we're giving this one is going to be not a viable system for making decisions for our town on development projects. But I do think that some more time could provide an improved outcome for the town and possibly for the applicants. So I'm a yes vote.
No, I think this is inappropriate. We should have approved this tonight.
Motion passes with 6 yeas, 1 no. So you table until the 20, on or before the 27th meeting.
Okay, moving on to continued business 8B. New family residence within the watershed district, non-jurisdictional wetland located adjacent to Snowden Street between 7th to 8th Streets, lots 2224, block 58. Applicant property owner Alexandra and Brendan Gibson.
Can we make a motion to table this one?
Yeah, I think that's what we, in the previous, in the conversation with the applicants on the previous agenda item, that's going to be okay. Is that right, Mr. Gibson?
I do have a presentation which I would have liked to answer questions.
Yeah.
Clayton, do we still run this as a public hearing? Can you just provide some guidance so we make sure that we open it up appropriately if the applicant would like to present, but then how does that relate with public comment, and just make sure we're running this properly?
Well, I think the second order effect of tabling the Roberts Road makes it impossible for you to make a decision to approve this one, which leaves you the option to disapprove it or table it at the request of the applicant. Technically, you know, it is open for public comment, but insofar that you've already received an incredible amount of public comment, you can deny public comment based on redundancy if you wanted.
If the applicant wants to add anything, is that doable?
That's up to however you want to handle it. I think your decision, I don't think you have the full range of decision-making authority here that a public hearing would entail, because you don't have really the option to approve it as it is without infrastructure. So I think you're stuck. If you wanted to take a comment from the applicant, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't know how necessary it is though, unless the applicant wanted to request you to table it.
I can't really see. Yeah. Mr. Gibson, did you hear all of that? Our attorney said that since we can't take any action on it, there's not a lot of point in making a public comment, but you're more than welcome to. You are, since you're here.
Okay, I think there's a few things I'd like to address, if that was possible.
And I'll try and be quick. Are you in charge of the electronics here? I was just wondering if I can share my screen.
The easiest way to do this would be balance the shares.
So I realize we've been discussing this for hours, so I will be as quick as possible and probably just try and answer some of your questions, Tyler. I think you had a few points that I'd like to talk about. First, to introduce myself, my name is Brendan Gibson. My family owns block 58, lots 22 to 24, which is the property which is up for discussion today. One thing I'd like to talk about is the timeline of how this has worked. Oh, we don't see my screen, do we? Okay. Okay, that's more like it. So I want to show this timeline. One, to point out that this is not just some decisions that we've made yesterday. We've been working on this for over 2 years. In October 2020, we decided that we wanted to buy a place in Silverton. We looked at a number of properties. We found this particular property. We loved it. It has great views. We didn't realize how close it was to Sandra Campuzano's house, which I guess in retrospect was a mistake, but we loved it and we thought we could develop on it. We spent the next month or so doing some due diligence. So we spoke to Rick Roberts about his plans for services. We spoke to the Army Corps of Engineers and we spoke to the town, and none of those people told us that there'd be any problem with developing the site. So then we put our cash down and bought the property. On February 2021, we got our first view of Rick Roberts' road plans. And for the next year and a half or so, we worked with John Sykes, Lisa Adair and Rick Roberts to massage those road plans to work with something that worked for our property, something that worked for the layout of the land, and what services could be provided there. In July 2022, we had our final road plan, which we all agreed on, and that went before the Board of Trustees on September 26, which was approved. After that got approved, we put our watershed application with the Planning Commission. It was tabled on that night for want of more information. And then on November the 1st, we submitted that application again with more information, and that did get approved. Then that particular watershed application went before this Board of Trustees on November the 14th, and it was tabled until today, which is where we are today. If you have a look at your agenda on page, it's on the agenda memo, point 1. One of the questions there was that there was some discussion that we had to give up some of our land for this road. There was a bit of a misrepresentation there. Originally, in the first draft of the plans, we were going to give up a small easement. I don't know if you can see my mouse right on the corner here. The plans have been revised so that we do not. However, we do give up some of our grading on the second plan to make sure that things stay reasonably level and there's enough space for parking here on the side of our land. So just to clear up agenda item number 1 is that we do not have to give up our land. It's just a map of the most obvious way up to Shrine Hill. You can see here from Sandra Campuzano's house, it looks like the best way up is through here. And that looks great on an aerial map until you have a look from the bottom of 8th Street, where you can see there's a nice big cliff that gets in the way, which is one of the reasons why we decided to develop a road along the top of that bluff. This is the existing road. I'm going to go through this stuff really quickly, so if you want to slow me down, let me know. This is another overlay of what is existing there. You can see the light brown there is the proposed road. This darker brown here is the existing cut, which was made in 2002, 2003 for Sandra Campuzano's extension of Snowden Street. And our property is shown here in the orange as well. I think we've talked enough about the road here. I think Rick did a good job of that earlier, so I'll slip through that. One thing I want to point out is that we did consider lots of different road options. Okay, so we haven't just gone with this one option and gone, that's the best one that works for us. Here's 4 other options that we chose. None of them are as good as what we have now. Some of them charge straight up 7th Street, straight through huge amount of willows. Some of them go up 8th Street, which again has a big cliff in the way. So I just want to point out that we did consider a few other options there. We also looked at options coming in from Bluff and 10th Street, which also have issues. The biggest issue with coming in from Bluff is that we would have a super long forced main, which would be far from ideal for John Sykes and his team to have to maintain. And the option coming in from 10th Street is kind of hairball in a Rick Roberts speak, given that it's a 15% grade. So in the middle of winter, if that's the only access to Shrine Hill, that could be a problem. The agenda packet on page 146 also talked about sewers. I can't really add anything to that discussion, so I just have a holding slide here. So if people want to discuss that later, feel free, but I cannot help out that. The reason our application was tabled last time was for more information, and I have here a diagram of some of the work that our architects have done in talking about the drainage of our property. You may notice here and here we have two dry wells which return runoff to the groundwater, and there has also been quite a bit of study done and approved by the Public Works about great drains, swales, culverts and subsurface storm drain pipes. All this got approved by Public Works. In terms of the watershed application, your experts have said that that's all perfectly okay. Slide just says that, you know, it's been approved by SGM, it's been approved by the town engineering firm, the town planning department and Public Works. You know, you hire these experts, they've all approved it. The big issue, however, is this wetland. I personally don't think this is the big issue. I think people have been misled. I think the issue is that someone doesn't want any neighbours, but this is the issue that we're discussing. I've talked a little bit about this before in the Planning Commission, but I will go through it just quickly again. So this property has been deemed non-jurisdictional wetland, and we've discussed that a lot. The simple thing about jurisdictional wetlands are they are wetlands that connect to other major waterways. In this case, in this area, it's the Animas River and Mineral Creek. US Army Corps of Engineers have determined that that no longer exists. And so this is non-jurisdictional. There is some concern that this might be because of budget cuts or administration changes. I did bring this up with Tyler Faded. He said that 5 years ago, before some of these budget cuts and administration changes happened, this was still deemed non-jurisdictional. They've done, I think, 4 or 5 studies on the site in the last 5 years, and all of them have come up saying this is non-jurisdictional wetlands. It's not an administration thing. It's not a Trump thing. It's not a lack of budget thing. Is that the rules have not changed in the last 5 years, and the thing is that the land has changed. The water no longer flows down to the Animas River. Now, some people might say that jurisdictional wetland is really not enough. It's just a subset of what a wetland actually is. And my sources have told me there's 3 different things that you have to be a wetland. You have to have permanent water, hydric soil, and aquatic plants. The permanent water, we had 2 test bores drilled in those 2 positions there on our property. Here are the diagrams, which you probably can't see at home, but the first one is a 12-foot bore. It found no water, and the second one was a 10-foot bore, and it found water at about 3 feet below the surface. And this was in June, in peak runoff. In speaking with the people at Troutner Geotech, they said that almost any other time of the year, you wouldn't find any water. These bores would be bone dry. So we don't have permanent water. The other thing you need is hydric soil.
It seems that the town's Wi-Fi just went down because only the remote people are still on.
Oh,
So hopefully they'll be back on in just a moment. Since the meeting didn't end, I think they can rejoin. And this right now is still streaming live to YouTube, it appears.
Mayor Furman, I'm gonna rejoin as well. I have to get en route because I'm getting kicked out by the cleaning crew out of town hall, but I'm gonna be on my cell phone until I get to my house, which is about 7 minutes from here.
Understood. Thank you. All right, for everyone who's still on Zoom, I just emailed Gloria to see if they have the ability to join back in. It looks like the town's back online. Could you guys unmute so those of us on Zoom can hear you guys again?
Okay.
All right, seems like we're good.
Mayor Shane, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And Clayton wanted to just pass on to those that are in the room that he left video, but he's going to be back on by phone in just a moment.
I think we're good now. Okay, Mayor Shane, could you put up a thumb if you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. Okay, the third requirement for wetland is aquatic plants. We do have that. That's fairly clear from this picture here. We have the Salix pannifolia and Salix aerocephala, which are both willows. The good thing about willows, they're very robust. They can easily be regrown from cuttings, and disturbance of small areas of willows are unlikely to have down gradient effects. And I got a lot of that information from the letter written by Alita Powers, which was tabled earlier today in the public comments. So all this leads me to show that the National Wetlands Inventory doesn't record this area as a wetland, even though there's a lot of wetlands in Silverton. The Colorado Wetlands Inventory are much the same. It does, however, show a potential fen, but that's more than 400 feet away from the property in question. So we probably talked about this a bit, is that you want an objective arbiter of whether this is wetlands or not. You're probably not going to trust me. You're probably not going to trust Sandra's people as well. We have Sean Moore and Alita Powers, both based in, I think they're both in Durango, who are experts in this field. So if the town wants to spend some money on getting consultants to do this, these two people would be excellent choices. And my final point is that we've spent 2 years, quite a lot of money putting together this stuff and these plans to build this road and build this house and develop an area of Silverton that will get developed. And I think we deserve that you can follow these clear processes, tell us exactly what we need to do, and don't kind of get swayed by some arguments by a few vocal citizens who are kind of mischaracterizing what the actual problem is. And we ask that the approval of these projects should remain because they are not a threat to natural assets, and they are a step forward to cultivating a future of involved, concerned citizens making their lives in Silverton. Now, I understand we'll probably need to table this anyway, but I hope I answered some of the questions that you guys brought up in your discussion earlier.
Yes, thank you. Especially for the road drawings. I'd only seen two of the other road drawings. Thanks. That was
okay. I have hundreds of them. If you want more,
I was by the old town planner that there was, we said that there was 4 or 5 of them, but I've only looked at a few of them, but yeah. Now, thank you.
Okay, I'll make a motion to table agenda item 8B, new single-family residence within the watershed district, non-jurisdictional wetland located adjacent to Snowden Street between 7th and 8th Street, lots 22 to 24, block 58. For further clarification and information to the date on or before February 27th, 2023.
Second.
Trustee,
yes.
Trustee Greater,
Yes.
Trustee Harper,
Yes.
yes. Yes. Trustee George,
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Furman.
I abstain because this decision is forced based on the prior decision, which I objected to.
All right, the motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 abstention.
Okay. Continued business 8C.
Can I ask a question?
Can you wait till the end at public comment?
Well, so there was supposed to be a public comment and he made comments that there are people that weren't here for that directly want to comment about.
But we didn't.
As he spoke about people.
We postponed the public hearing. You're certainly more than welcome to make them at the end.
Okay, that seems wrong.
Yeah, we got a little out of order certainly, but to try and work with the applicant and table it.
Not coming at the beginning.
Clayton has his hand up.
Oh. Clayton.
I may have jumped the gun.
On what?
Making a motion.
No, I know.
I understand.
I was, yeah.
Okay, I need to jump in here, guys. I just wanted to let you know that it's really late where I am, and I'm very dedicated to being with my family tomorrow. We're having a whole day together, and I've given a lot of my time to be away from them. And I think this is just a moment where I need to sign off and say goodnight. And I'll see you in person for the next meeting in December. I apologize. I need to say goodnight for now.
Thanks, Sally.
Bye.
Clayton, you're now a panelist. Did you have a comment or were you just raising your hand to be a panelist?
The latter, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That was just, he was just coming back to the panelist.
Yeah.
Continue business 8C, second reading for adoption of ordinance 2022-12, an ordinance of the town of Silverton for rezoning and amending the official zoning map regarding the property known as lots 1 through 24, inclusive block 73, all in town of Silverton, San Juan County, Colorado, less and except any portion lying and being within US Highway 550, including but not limited to any part described in quitclaim deed recorded April 28th, 1930 in book 155, page 206, April 12th, 1940, and book 168 at page 556 from business automobile to a single family residential.
I recuse from this conversation and for the next topic as well, because I have a personal interest. So
okay,
I'll see you guys
thank you.
in a while. Bye.
Like flies. Is Jim last? Yeah, I think Jim's here. Okay,
Steph,
awesome.
have a huge update for you, although an update that came up with town staff and the applicant today, and Logan and Jason are on this, so they should be able to speak to it, is the idea that we understand the town was a little bit nervous over a commitment to the infrastructure being constructed. So a proposal is a development agreement, which is just a pretty simple document that would get recorded. In theory, it would be approved by the board and recorded at the same time as the town ordinance. And it would basically help require that the improvements for public infrastructure are constructed as required by the code.
So how, do we have to change the reading of the ordinance in any way if we want to add that?
Add the condition, suggested condition, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, it would be a new suggested condition.
And would it be the first reading? No, so be the second reading. Yeah.
Correct.
I personally love that proposal because it gets to what we talked about so much of. This is such a large scale development without a lot of town touch points. So great.
So yeah, I would request maybe that the applicant just speak to it since Gloria called them earlier today about.
Yeah, and if I may, I was just talking with Gloria. This is TJ Lubeck with CPS about this, that she attempted, so we had a staff meeting earlier this afternoon about 4 o'clock or so. Talked about this, thought that it was a pretty good idea to proceed with. Afterwards, she attempted to call the applicant, was unsuccessful in connecting. So we're hoping that her message was clear, but this hopefully is not new news to the applicant, but we have not been able to confirm understanding of it with them.
Okay. Have they been promoted to? Perfect.
Yeah, if you guys don't mind, I guess I'll just go ahead and jump in real quick on what was just stated. That timeline is correct in the sense that I did get a voicemail, but I had very little time to connect with Gloria because she was due to join the executive session at 6 p.m. This evening. So I only got a context of the words development agreement with no other information relating to it, what it is, what the ask is, or any further context. So I guess if there is that opportunity to share that with us now, that would be great, because at this stage, we're a little bit in the dark as to what the town's idea or direction on that would be.
Oh, no, yeah, we'll let the planners fill you in here.
Okay, sorry. So as Logan, this is TJ DeLubeck. So yeah, the idea behind, now mind you, we have not, we had what, a half-hour conversation about it. And the idea is that we'll be able to at least lay out the ground rules for development in this area so that there's proper infrastructure in place prior to any building permit being issued. That comes from a couple, there's an area of town, block 63, where there's, single lots were developed, but potentially the holistic public infrastructure package was not done holistically. So what we'd be looking at is that, in essence, deal points of the development agreement would be that prior to issuance of building permit, public infrastructure, including but not limited to water mains, sewer mains, roadway design and construction documents, as well as overall stormwater management be addressed adequately. And at this point, we're not saying what those are, but at least putting a little bit of extra teeth in this process to ensure that public improvements are done adequately. And I believe, Logan, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we were under the impression that that's what you were looking to do anyway, without tying down the entitlements, if you will, right? So kind of moving along and moving into the construction process. So our intent in that is to be aligned with what your goals are as well on the construction side.
Okay, it's real quick before I would say overall, potentially yes, but just wanting to get more clarity. And I think Jason's got his hand up and he's more on the technical side. So I'll let him have the floor for a minute.
Thanks, Logan. Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm skimming the town codes right now, and I'm just curious. And this is just a point of order. We've got Chapter 11, Article 2, which talks about the Board of Trustees sort of oversight over public rights of ways and constructions therein. And I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit to whether this is something, whether what you're asking for is something different. Is it in addition to, what are the main differences?
If I may, the intent is to clarify that all parties are going to follow those requirements. So tying the approval of the rezoning to ensuring that public improvements and public infrastructure are done according to code. It's not supposed to be more or less. Just a clarification.
Okay. I guess what I'm, to me, like the plain reading of this is that there is a code, that the Board of Trustees has jurisdiction over the execution of that code. It gives the Department of Public Works Director oversight and approval process for that. I guess, and clarification's fine. I'm just interested to understand, it sounds like there's some history that gives the trustees pause, but it seems like the ordinances currently provide the trustees with oversight and review and ultimately approval of all of this infrastructure within town rights of way. So I guess I'm not to split hairs. I'm just trying to understand, like, for me, it feels like the trustees already have this power and have this oversight ability on these development areas.
So what we heard in the first reading, if I recall correctly, was that there was hesitation in approving a zoning change without a development plan. And how would that work with the subdivision regulations? We just spent an exorbitant amount of time talking about the ambiguity of the code. And I think that there's some in there too. So I completely understand, that sentiment. But I think that, again, what we were trying to respond to a trustee's question from last time, and just clarifying it. And then also there was potentially a concern of selling a portion of the development. So these are things that would run with the land to make sure that the rules are clear, if you will. So that also if one lot or three lots were to be sold to one property owner, we would have a public infrastructure network that is cohesive and comprehensive rather than one, to the way that John said, 200-foot segment that just accesses one lot. And so that it's done systematically and comprehensively. That's.
TJ, can I ask as a point of clarification, am I to understand that, let's just take block 88, for example, for the purpose of discussion. If we were to sell any portions of 88, the development agreement would state that we would have to have all roads, alleys, sewer, water mains in place prior to individual lot sales of 88 under city code and ordinance.
I don't believe that the development agreement itself would say that. It's just clarifying that the design, the improvements all need to be done somewhat comprehensively. And again, like I said, we don't know exactly what that is. In a perfect world, you guys would be developing all of it and it wouldn't be an issue.
Right. You keep using the words comprehensively. Is that a verbiage that you're trying to get out to a timing mechanism? Or again, because I bring up that scenario in a sense because, we all know that we have a short window in the town of Silverton as far as developments go, whether it's infrastructure or going vertical with buildings. And not saying that it's our intention or plan at this point, but in the sense of if we had to phase this project, is that not going to then be comprehensive enough for you to say we develop 2 blocks this year in their entirety, we develop 2 blocks the following in their entirety? Is that not in alignment with what your guys' vision or what you're trying to address here, or is that?
So first off, I apologize for having a somewhat our conversation, but it's a very good, valid question, and I think all of that can be built into it. A pretty vague agreement that just outlines that process. So I'll give you a perfect example where what we've seen in other communities as best practices is to extend water and sewer lines full extensive blocks so that you have a water line that loops, that's efficient in your water system. You end at a hydrant that is in a location that makes sense, not in the middle of mid-block in the middle of a road. And so it's some of those policies that the town does not have in place that in our discussion with staff earlier are some of the concerns that have been happening. And we want to make sure we're not doing. So I think comprehensive in this case is thoughtful, not necessarily your full, 5-6 block development, but done in a thoughtful manner that is looking out for the public interest and the public infrastructure.
Well, I guess I'm confused as well in this raising this conversation of if the developer was looking to sell one of the individual lots, as soon as that happens, doesn't that trigger our subdivision process where they're subdividing the parcel that they've bought, and that trigger, that has a huge extensive list of requirements.
Yes and no. I don't know exactly the code section, but John mentioned it earlier that the code requires infrastructure to and through the lot that's being developed. So if that's in the middle of a block, there's there's potentially some ambiguity in who's responsible for that infrastructure. So we have public right of ways right now that are not improved. So the idea here is that we have in a typical development, you would have what's called a subdivision improvement agreement that would put the onus on the developer to make these improvements. But because we don't have a subdivision at this time, we're looking at a development agreement that just says, hey, the town is a little bit concerned about the installation and the installation and construction of the public improvements. Let's make sure we're thinking about this holistically.
That makes sense, but when, I'm still stuck on, when does the subdivision part of our code ever come into play, if not for these parcels?
Yeah.
Because I love that section of our code for exactly this type of thing, because it specifies open space and parks and streets and lights and sidewalks and all the things you would expect for a development of this.
And it still has that agreement in it. For
Correct.
the old players.
Yeah.
My understanding, though, is that one of the existing developments, block 3063, did not require a subdivision.
But were all those parcels even owned? Here you have all these parcels owned by one individual. Like, I guess they were.
All those were owned by one individual. The individual put in the water, sewer, and part of the street, which is all, I wasn't that concerned about that because we oversaw that. But the problem that arose was with drainage. And you're gonna have the same problem down there. And it's partly because of how the final grade is achieved. If some random guy on the west end, far west side of that, places their home on an incorrect drainage, it could potentially cause drainage problems throughout 3 or 4 blocks as soon as people start building around them. That's why we're talking about comprehensive. I'm mainly concerned about drainage, but why not just kind of throw everything together and have a plan? I mean, I'm not saying necessarily that maybe they have to have everything installed.
Correct.
As long as they have a comprehensive design, a draft design that we can all get on board with.
I'd really like it to be a subdivision plan. Can I make that request? It's all right there. It's very comprehensive.
Well, and I mean, I think that's part of it too, right? I mean, at the same time, with trustees, you may elect to not add that staff recommendation. The idea is just to clarify.
And it may require a subdivision, in which case you have actually even stronger teeth with bond requirements and things like that.
Yeah.
But today they could, today with or without the rezoning, they could go put a structure in. And if you approve the rezoning, they could go put a structure in the middle of all the blocks. And now the town has to figure out how that's going to connect to future development. So.
Okay, let me just jump in real quick, guys, and kind of give you that context. You know, our original phasing of this project is land acquisition, rezoning, infrastructure improvements. And that is to the benefit of the property as a whole. And typically what you do if you're going to, whether you're going to go vertical or sell off individual lots, you have to have all that infrastructure in place to have that property fully entitled and ready to go vertical, whether that's our group or another group. So I would say at this point, I'm not hearing anything, if I'm interpreting correctly, that's outside of requirements within city code. I believe it was John Seitz had mentioned, you know, drainage plan and infrastructure and the plan and that stuff, accounting for that. That was already, you know, kind of on our checklist of what we're going to have to do when it comes to development and deployment of the infrastructure. And it's also at this point, and has not been our intention to sell individual lots prior to infrastructure being fully deployed, because it doesn't make sense from our standpoint. It doesn't really give us the highest and best value. It doesn't align with the vision of what we see for this property. So that's where I was just trying to really seek, I think, a little bit more clarity to ensure that we're not going to be asked to do anything above and beyond current city code or above and beyond what any other developer has had to do in the past. I do understand that there is a concern when you have unfinished blocks. Ultimately, that is probably the biggest core sticking point with any development on Shrine Hill is you have these massive pockets of individual property owners that just do not have capacities to extend the roadways or the infrastructure to their homes for building. And that becomes, a cost detriment. And that's something that, we do not have an intention of creating in any phase of our project here. So I just wanted to, again, get that clarity to make sure that we're, not going above and beyond. Of course, through this process over the past year, we've been, working very, very well with the town of Silverton and staff, and we greatly appreciate everybody's time. I foresee that relationship only strengthening, and this doesn't seem to be something that is detrimental to that relationship or our process going forward. We just want to get clarity on it since it was presented pretty late prior to our meeting here, and it sounded a little bit open-ended. So that's where we're just hoping to get at least enough information so that we can appropriately respond to you guys for that.
Can I need to just stop you right there. We need to have a motion and a second if we want to continue past 11 to finish this piece of business.
Make a motion to continue past 11 o'clock to continue the current.
I'll second.
All those in favor or roll call?
John, yeah, Jim, good, thumbs up, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
He's thumb.
Sorry about that.
Thumb maybe.
That's all good. Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate it.
I like all of what you guys are raising. I still think I'm just stuck on this, like, if this development would not trigger the subdivision part of our code, what development ever would trigger that? And I don't know how to answer that question, because again, the subdivision part of our code to me just really protects all of that. And so when I read it, it's saying that like a subdivision means a division of a parcel of land into two or more parcels, sites, or lots for the purpose, whether immediate or future, of transfer of ownership or building development, or the improvement of one or more parcels of land for residential, commercial, or industrial structures or group of structures involving the division or allocation of land for the opening, widening, or extension of any streets, except private streets, and or the division or allocation of land as open space for common use by owners, occupants, or leaseholders, as easements for extension and maintenance of public sewerage, water, storm drainage, and other public utilities or facilities. I guess I just don't understand how does this come into effect?
It will if somebody subdivides land into multiple parcels to sell. And we expect that that's probably going to happen.
But until that happens, we can't have a plan that indicates the infrastructure that would be put in.
So the code right now, most of the zoning districts don't have lot density requirements. So where normally you're gonna have 1 unit per lot based on the size of the lot. And you figure out how many houses you can put on that lot. That's not in this town code for the zoning districts. So basically what you're finding is even a small parcel in the ED can add as many houses as they can, which normally isn't standard, but as long as they're meeting setbacks and lot coverage and building code separation requirements. So in theory, they could also build a whole bunch of properties throughout this without subdividing it if they're not going to sell them, for example. Let's say they're going to do rentals, like hypothetically. So yes, you're right. And then we expect to see subdivisions as soon as something gets split to be sold. And it's the same thing if someone's doing townhomes or condos, all those have to be subdivided or to sell. However, without knowing exactly what's going to happen, we can't say there's going to be a subdivision.
Yeah,
but
it hasn't been triggered yet. Yeah. So it's not just selling one of the existing parcels, it's subdividing a parcel that has to trigger that. So selling one of the lots on R1A block, whatever block we're talking about, 80.
We're on.
That just selling one of those parcels does not trigger the subdivision component of the code. It's just selling a parcel. Okay.
But what I gathered, just real quick to clarify too, again, from TJ's point, if we were to do that, infrastructure per this development agreement that's been presented would have to be completed effectively, right? We have to sell fully entitled lots that are ready for vertical development. All the new owner would have to do is basically pay tap fees to proceed. Because that's the other point of clarification. You know, it's not our intention to pay tap fees prior to sale at this point. Infrastructure with mains would be in and ready to be tapped into, similar to what the Baker LLC group did down on 7th and Mineral.
I would concur with that. I'd put it from a town's perspective a little bit differently. Okay, you're protecting that property owner and ensuring that that property owner, that future property owner, understands that they can't get a building permit until there's a road and infrastructure there to build it.
Okay, that's fair. Like I said, wearing my real estate hat, it makes more sense for me to have a more viable product anyways. So that was always our intention. Okay, I think we as a group would be comfortable proceeding with that condition at this point.
So just to be crystal clear, you said the agreement that you're proposing is going to say that lots on streets that are currently undeveloped will not be sold until the street improvements as required by town ordinances and town standards are designed and completed. Is that something approximately what you're suggesting?
That's incorrect. I would say that it would be.
But to your advantage.
Yeah, prior to the town issuing a building permit.
Okay.
So for the town, everything is tied to that trigger point, and at this point, it's a building permit being issued.
Okay.
So you can sell all the lots, but no building permits will be issued.
Got it. Yep.
All right, and you gentlemen are happy with those conditions?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak for Logan, obviously, as the client, but it sounds it's what you're suggesting meets the intent of the owners, as they intend to develop a plan that would be reviewed and approved by by town staff and DPW for conformance with all the requirements for the streets and utilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're good with the condition.
Okay.
Do we have that motion in?
I've got it.
I'm gonna throw out a comment too, just so I don't have to explain it later, but I'm gonna vote no on this again, just because I feel like from my perspective, there's not enough information to make a really responsible decision on behalf of the community. I don't definitely support keeping it BA. I don't know if her proposed zoning districts are right. Maybe they are. I think there's just a lack of information for me to make a decision on behalf of the community to do that. Because I definitely don't support building houses to build houses. I think we should incentivize structures that poor and working class folks in town can afford. And this very well could be that, but I don't know. So that's where I'm at on my decision-making process.
We have a quorum. We have a quorum.
I'll read it. I move that recommended conditions set forth in the November 1st, 2022 staff report be taken, and that the Planning Commission recommends the Board of Trustees approve the application request to rezone lots 1 through 24 inclusive, block 73,
all in town of Silverton, San Juan County, Colorado, less and except any portion lying in between within US Highway 550, including but not limited to any part described in quitclaim deed recorded April 28, 1930 in book 155 at page 206 and April 12, 1940 in book 168 at page 556 from business automobile to single family resident district R1A and lots 1, 2, and 3, block 85, town of Silverton, San Juan County, Colorado, less and except that part, if any, located within the right of way for US Highway 550 from BA to BP. And lots 1 through 24 inclusive, block 74, lots 1 through 7 inclusive, and lots 8, 9, and 17, and lots 18, 24 inclusive, blocks 86, lots 1 through 11 inclusive, and lots 15 through 24 inclusive, blocks 87, lots 1 through 24 inclusive, block 88. All in town of Silverton, San Juan County, Colorado, less than except any portion lying in between being within US Highway 550, including but not limited to any part described in quitclaim deed recorded April 28, 1930. In book 155 at page 206 and April 12, 1940, in book 168 at page 556, block 74, 86, 87, and 88 from business automobile BA to multiple family residential district.
One quick clarification is block 85 BA to BP. I thought wasn't.
It was
that
BA
was BA to
to
R2.
R2.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. And it does, and 88 from business automobile to multifamily resident to R2. Is that not what I read?
The second and.
It does say blocks 86, 87, and 88 from BA to multifamily residential R2.
Yeah.
Which is what?
The one I'm, so I go up one. This is one. BA to BP.
Yeah, I thought we had changed that in the last reading, in the first reading.
I believe we, yeah, that's.
What are you looking at?
Block 85, the BA to B to business pedestrian. We talked about making that BA to R2.
And
I'm confused. It is BA to R2 on here. Which I,
oh, okay, ours just isn't.
I'm just reading off the agenda, so I want to.
Oh, yeah, so we made that change last time. It just hasn't been updated in the staff report. So
You want to rescind?
now I would like to change.
Yeah.
And with the proposed conditions.
And with the proposed conditions from tonight.
If we may just read that in that specific condition into the record.
Yeah, so that will be making sure that block 85 is moved from BA to R2.
And with the conditions stated by the planning department.
Include, which is a development agreement shall be submitted and approved by the Board of Trustees prior to recordation of the ordinance.
Yes.
Second.
All right, guys, that was a lot of reading.
Yeah.
Clayton's.
Roll call, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree with Jordan. But with these developers investing over $3 million already, there should be a plan in place. And I guess we're gonna have to pass it to see what we're getting. So I'm gonna vote yes. But Jordan's not wrong. So I vote yes.
No, and for the reasons I stated prior.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yeas, 1 no, 1 absent, 1 recusal.
Thanks for keeping track of us, Mike.
Okay, on to continued, sorry.
Another long one.
Continued business 8D, second reading of ordinance 2022-14. And I think per Clayton, we don't actually, and I messed that up on the first one. I don't think we actually need to read the entire ordinance the second time. Is that right, Clayton?
Yeah, you just read you can just read the title of the ordinance because it's
Thank
going to
you.
be published. Yep.
You don't want to hear that whole? Okay, so this is going to be second reading for adoption of ordinance 2022-14. And the same changes as the previous.
Yep.
And the applicants, we're just, the planning administration would like to just add the same changes as they did to the previous rezoning application.
That would be acceptable.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
Right.
Same condition we're good with, yes.
I'm trying to find,
Okay, I'll make a motion for the second reading for the adoption of ordinance 2022-14 with the proposed conditions by the planning department from 11/28/2022.
second.
Roll call.
Trustee Davis.
Yes.
Trustee Kramer.
Yes.
Trustee Hartman.
Yes.
Trustee Bierman.
No, again, with the same reasons stated prior.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yeses, 1 no, 1 absence, 1 recusal.
Excellent. Thanks very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very
all for
much.
your time. We greatly appreciate the opportunity and look forward to working with you guys further on this project.
All right, continued business 8E. Resolution.
This is a Gloria, is there staff comment?
Yeah, I don't know if, I don't know that you need a whole lot of, it's up to you all. But you've seen this before. We've discussed this. Gloria recommended it, resolution to support the application of the Colorado Department, DOLA, basically their Main Street Candidate Program.
Yep.
If you all are all familiar with this and you're comfortable, I'm not really sure if it needs a whole lot of chit chat unless you feel like.
No.
So I'll let you guys take it from there.
As anything pertinent, I'm okay making a motion right away.
Go for it.
Make a motion to approve the resolution 2022-24. I'd just like to note there are a couple minor typos. Do I need to read the space below it? Or just read out the resolution number?
Just like we just need the number on this resolution, is that right?
And you just need the number and the title technically.
Thank you. So yeah, read the
All right, so
title.
resolution of the town of Silverton supporting the application to the Colorado Department of Local Affairs for the Main Street Candidate Program.
Oh yeah, there's a few typos in that.
Yeah, a couple.
I'll second it.
Trustee Davis. Yes. Trustee Kramer.
Yes.
Trustee Hartman.
Yes.
Trustee Bierman.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 yeses, 2 absent. Sorry.
I didn't get called on that roll call.
Oh,
I vote yes.
it's for the, yeah, okay.
Yep.
Motion passes 68.
Okay, continued business 8F, the OHV petition update. Matt.
So it's a short update, just to let the public know that a protest has been filed against the OHV petition. The hearing is set to be held 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 30th, so day after tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Matt's hearing will be held at the courtroom.
Okay.
The town hall.
Town hall courtroom.
Is that a public hearing where the public makes comments, or it's a hearing to review the legitimacy of the protests?
It is a hearing to review the legitimacy of the protest versus the decision.
Right, it's not a public comment hearing.
Public comments, if anyone wants to raise the protest, we got about, I guess, 5 minutes to get that into me signed. But either way, the public is welcome to sit in on it. However, at this moment, it's just the petitioner and the protester who will be speaking at that hearing.
Would you mind repeating that date? Would you mind repeating?
Sure, that'll be at 10 a.m. on this Wednesday, the 30th. At the town hall courtroom, just down the hall there.
Thank you.
Excellent. Is that it on that one?
That is the update.
Okay, that's the end of our regular agenda items. Now we'll go to public comment. We'll do in-person public comment first, then we'll do online public comment. If anybody in the public would like to make a public comment, please come up and state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thanks for hanging in there.
All right. Thank you. I'm Dave Kisoni. I live here in Silverton on Reese Street. My public comment is in relation to the application to the building permit application for Mr. Gibson's property at the base of the Shrine Hill. I think we clearly identified that the process for applications such as these is just not in place. Hit that point at every oblique angle possible in our discussions earlier. But I think I'm going to try to get at it more directly here with the Silverton Compass Master Plan on the responsible land use growth and development section under community strategies and under subheading E, create a sub-area plan for Shrine Hill. And I'll just read really quickly. Based on numerous conflicting conversations with community members that range from developing Shrine Hill to preserving it as an open space, the town in cooperation with landowners should conduct a community-led sub-area plan for Shrine Hill to establish what type of development should occur, i.e. home square footage, height, street connections, lot size maximums, elevation restrictions, etc. I guess I want to put a really pointed question to the town attorney, and that is the master plan legal and binding? And if it is, it seems like there's one way forward, and that is to create a sub-area plan for Shrine Hill. And the Gibson property was very clearly delineated within this yellow colored polygon that is called the Shrine Hill sub-area, the Shrine Hill sub-area. So thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ian Tanner. It's been a lot of confusion since this whole thing started. Now we all know more information though. And so for those of you who had the professionalism to not only listen to your logic, but also to listen to the developers that told you to be patient, I respect you. Our mayor talked about red herrings and also very pointedly bullied and gaslit members of this board tonight. And there is a red herring. I agree with that. I just don't agree on who you think it is. And I think that should be remembered. I think that's very telling. I think the discussion we just had, we being the public together, about patience and rules, about what you all explained and had a conversation with, I think that's very comparable to what just happened with the wetlands, but no one was trying to force it through and demand that it was decided tonight. I think the fact that that happened is very telling to personalities and development and what is being completely ignored. And I commend you that stood up and said, we need to wait. And also I wish the developers were here, the applicants, because they were willing to be patient. And the fact that there was one person in that decision-making process that wasn't willing to be patient should not be forgotten.
Thank you, Ian. Is there any other public comment?
I'd like to make a comment that I felt
we have.
Yeah, we can go online first. I can.
Online comment.
Got plenty of, Melanie first.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Be a lot clearer.
This is Melody again. Two things. Dana's absolutely correct. We need a pavilion with a skating rink. In fact, I wrote a letter to that effect about 3 years ago to the paper. And one of the reasons we need a little seed money is there are tons of grants. We can use that seed money for matching, and we can get it done very quickly. And it's going to be something that enhances our winter economy, because if we cover our ice, then we're going to keep it longer than we keep it now. And we can have all sorts of ice skating, things like hockey, figure skating, maybe even speed skating, depending on the scale. And so publicly, I want you to know that once again, I'm very much for doing that procedure and putting some seed money there. Number two, it seems we're in the middle of some huge growing pains. And I'm trying to weigh my words carefully here because I don't want to set anything on fire. But as long as I have lived here, there are so many people I know that have been determined to never allow the shrine to be developed. And so what happens to the people that own the property up there, I'd ask? Nobody seemed to care. I care. I care that we have a space there, and everybody seems to think the school needs to grow and the town needs to grow, and we've got to have housing, and we've got to have this and we've got to have that. But here we are protesting the first sets of growth we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody.
Voting for Kramer next.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking my comment. And I will be short, as I know it's late and brevity is the soul of wit. But I do have 2 points that I'd like to make tonight. The first is that I do want to resonate with you all that there is a group of people here who are before you hoping to develop the town in partnership with the community and to deliver access to infrastructure, roads, sewer, and the ability to increase our housing stock in a way that is both mindful and respectful of both the community members and the environment that we surround us. And I think that's a great opportunity for us to all raise above the bar and really find an area that we can be successful in. And I also just want to have some concern a little bit about the unfocusedness of some of the discussions today. Going from overall policy to moratorium to the individual applications that we have at hand. And that changing rules and applications midway for those that are trying to do well and good and following can be a deterrence for that partnership in the future. And I really hope that we can find a way forward, that we can manage the needs of both parties in a way that supports both growth and preservation and allows us to really become the Silverton of the future that we all hope. So thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you.
Dr. Kurzweil is up next.
Everybody, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, everybody. Dr. Jake Kurzweil here, resident 957 Reese Street. I appreciate the time and the thought put into this. I only wanted to speak just because my name was brought up, and I want to try to represent myself, and I am solely representing myself. In fact, I did not know that a board member was part of the, Ellen Roberts, I did not know that as part of the rep. I would like to speak objectively on some of the things that I've heard and just clarify them from a professional standpoint. Just to clarify, the corpse in what was submitted by the Gibsons has deemed this a wetland. I do not recommend that the town pays anybody to go out and delineate it any further. You're going to get the same results. This is what I get paid to do for a living. There's no talk there. It's just if it's federally protected or not. I'd also like to clarify in the Gibson's technical report, because they decided to focus on a specific part, which was the groundwater level. But in the soil moisture analysis, they saw, this is on page 186, very moist to wet soils that are 1.5 to 4 feet deep. Along with this, I agree with Mayor Furman that we should follow the U.S. Army Corps of Wetlands, or sorry, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, their wetland definition. Unfortunately, this is not in line with what Mr. Gibson presented. We don't actually need permanent hydrology. We just need signs of hydrology, and that also includes wet or moist soil. And in fact, mud cracking, which is indicative that hydrology was present in the past. I also agree with Mayor Furman that we should follow the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers idea that of jurisdictional, but not solely their own. And I would suggest that we do follow the U.S. Army Corps' recommendation, which is to also adhere to state, county, and town laws. I think what the town needs to focus on at this point is, do we want to protect and preserve wetlands while also trying to develop lands for whether it's affordable housing or not? And I think that that is the case. And what I would propose is to look at what are methods of development that do not inhibit groundwater flow. We've talked a lot about willows. I think that's actually missing the point. It's a lot like icebergs. Wetlands are about groundwater. If you build a road and you cut off groundwater supply, that's what drains the wetland. I'm not saying that's what will happen here, but I would love to see us implement plans and policies that look at science, and particularly groundwater flow and direction. I would be happy to participate and purely look at this as from a hydrologic standpoint. And I appreciate everybody's time, and I hope we get some rest.
Thank you. I think we have one more public comment from a board member.
Yeah, and I'll be quick too. I just probably sound like a broken record because I brought this up before, but I think there's larger structural problems with the way our town council functions that I think we can address. And I think when we're operating at our best, we're failing upwards with our flawed decision-making processes. And I think having that ability to revisit that and potentially empower our community more in these decision-making processes would only benefit us in the future. Otherwise, I see us just staying on the road we don't want to be on.
Thank you. All right. That was it for the agenda. We've got a regular meeting coming up on December the 12th. Time is 11:29 and this meeting is adjourned. All right. That's my birthday.
How are you gonna go celebrate?
I'm sleeping.
Home in time.
Yes.
I just hope that the hotel is warmer than this room. I know. It's so cold in here. Let's go. I know. I kept wanting to go in through the mall. Oh, so.
Now feel comfortable.
This makes you more sleepy.
Like. No, I know. No, I thought that. Yeah, this one, I was like.